Gonna lie to the barrier. Turn aside from everything the road here being very strong. Rastafari is our life. He is the 226th great grandson of King Solomon. Act 2nd, 19th verse declare. Men and brethren, let me freely speak. Of David, the prophet. God swear unto David, according to the flesh, through his lineage,
Yes, greetings. Welcome to Yaad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean. I is Breadlocks, the article, Dreadlocks, Yaad in true, you know. And the king is Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie Highway, Empress Menen. I stand on the shoulders of I ancestors and here carrying out the works, you know what I mean? For African redemption, seeing?
Bright and morning star.
Original Kushites. Give thanks for joining us for this great broadcast with stimulating interviews. Them said this is the second Saturday in the month of April, yeah? Is this Rastafari month? Yeah, I think it is. This is the month in which His Majesty visited Jamaica, marking a significant in times of, you know what I mean, when I was just struggling in this space here, you know, the Western Hemisphere, is it? Again, being one of the most influential movement in this time, Rastafari being established, yeah? So heal all of the Rastafari ones them out there, you know? Yeah, man, King Man and Woman. Yes, this is Yaad Live. And again, today's date is April 11th, 2026. We're coming to you live from Yaad. Yeah, we know the concrete jungles, yeah, we know the city this broadcast. We want to heal up the ones them from Nation Lounge. For those who know, we have Nation Lounge there in Western Kingston, Tivoli Gardens. Again, another inner city, winner city, we call Concrete Jungle, yeah? But again, on Monday, we're going to be, again, hosting what is called Inner City Dub. So, you know what I mean? We're in the city, I'll go on heights up, yeah, man. We just had the celebration yesterday of Bonnie Whaler, the 79th Earth Strong celebration of Bonnie Whaler. The event was at the Fire Gardens. Magnificent, you know? And again, I want to give thanks to Naki Whaler and the whole family, you know, the Bonnie Whaler family, for giving I the opportunity to serve as stage manager for that event. It was a very HeartiKal experience with the eyes. In. I want to big up K.P.T, Popcorn, Ching Ching, Samurai Eye. Oh, so many names to call. Zane, Tristan Palmer just go on easy, the man. See? Yo, the head hot in a fireborn. But yeah, man, we love it same way. Zane, Queen Africa. Yes, Fire Mama, love and honor. Zane, Carbon the hard one. New Age Rockers in the building. Yo, David Slur. It's always a pleasure to see the hi-fi. They are just humble and just theoretically, man. As we go on, we'll talk some more about the skanking. Rootsman Skanking Show. Yeah, that was held first night. So yeah, man, we're just go on hold a meditation. However, today's broadcast again is a simulcast, and you may, of course, view at iyadradio.com and also on YouTube at iYardRadio. Yeah, man. We ask you to select the notification bell if you're watching on YouTube. Say just subscribe and you know what I mean, you know the thing them. Share the link. And of course, if you know, say, yo, you really, really want to support what we're doing here so that we'll be able to broadcast from various places across Jamaica and the world. Rasta. Yeah, man, you can just donate to I PayPal. So it's at paypal.me/iYardRadio. Seeing, we also have our advertising packages. Yeah. Zane. So the ones them can always call iYard Radio at 876-566-5556 or email our sales department at iyardradio@gmail.com. Zane. So yeah, so it's set man with the vibration. Zane. Today's program, of course, at 3:15 we have Article Fire coming through by phone. So we're looking forward to that. Seeing in terms of the aeration and having I bridging on to, speak of just the word sound powerful. The word sound powerful segment is really designed to be an interactive audience participation and reading of quotes and proverbs and just words that will stimulate you as an individual, help you to be a better person. You know what I mean? So it's a word, sound, powerful. Saying, so that is at 3:15 today. Of course, we follow through at 3:35 with two of our partnered events. Seeing is like the segment is called I Bashful. And again, these two events that we speak of, Ayata Evolution, seeing Ayata Evolution, the power of the feminine, seeing, and basically that is on April 18th, 2026. This is at the River Maid Lawn on the Yalas River, St. Thomas, Jamaica. And, VIP is $6,000, pre-sold is $3,000, and at the gate, it's $4,000. Ticket outlets, Country Farmhouse, Diner Road, and Sweet Life, 82 Lady Musgrave Road. What's going on, Peter? What's going on? The other event that we're looking at as a partnered event, iYard Radio is the official media sponsor of that event, is the visit of Emperor Haile Selassie the First, Rastafari Memory, a Pan-African mission, 60 years on remembering the moment, continuing the work. It's the Diamond Jubilee, and it is Tuesday, April 21st, 2026 at the Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center, 12 p.m. until dawn. Yeah, we're going straight back until in the morning, chanting Naya Bingi. Featuring reasoning, Naya Bingi, cultural performances, Rastafari market space, exhibition, and of course, fashion show. In that segment at 3:35, we call it I Bashful because it features, as you know, interviews on the creative cultural sector and the third sector, NGOs, foundations, non-profit organization, and social enterprise. See? So even in terms of these two events here, it is in this segment because we know that IATA Evolution is an event that is planned so that the Rastafari community can build a school and later health center, right? And of course, the visit of His Imperial Majesty is being planned by one of the organization in Rastafari, the Nyabingi, and therefore it is of extreme importance in terms of just the historical, event that took place. So we'll be touching base with members or a member of the planning committee just to get an overview of what we are about to have on in April here, April 21st. That's the visit of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I. Yeah. At 4:05, we touch base with Rootsy. Rootsy is actually the CEO of the Reggae Road Trip. This is a symposium, a 3 or 4 day symposium that will be held in Jamaica here. So in our segment, Her Story, we'll be reasoning with Rootsy, get some information so that we can, be aware of this reggae road trip. It is featured in our Her Story segment because we find the need to not just speak about the event, but also about Rootsy, who wear many times. Yeah. So we really want to gather some information about her and about the event that she's keeping so that we can support her going forward. At 4:35, we have Miss Mona of the bestlinkradio.com out of the UK in our segment called What's Live. We're looking at all the events or most of the cultural events and happenings, not just here in Jamaica, the Caribbean, but the diaspora at large. At 5:05, we have a special sponsored broadcast by the Dark Foundation, the Count Ozzy Centennial Tribute Presentation. Yeah, we were supposed to have that feature from last week, and due to technical difficulties, we were not able to facilitate it. So we're hosting it today. Yeah, that's the energy going forward. So, Honorable Count Ozzy wanted us to play those tributes of those who are alive who really, you have affected and infected and positively impacted our lives. At 6 p.m., we're hopeful to have Jerry Small, historian and journalist, on. Now, people, there's a surprise. Today, I want to let everything out. Yeah. I want to big up Mama G, the gaman of the indigenous people, Gloria Sims, Mama G, our gaman. And remember, the gaman has a show here on Yaad Radio called Mama Say every Wednesday. Look out for that show coming to you live. Yeah? We want to acknowledge Dr. Kadamawi Knife, who also has a show here on Yaad Radio. And that's on a Tuesday. It's called Kadamawi Knife Streetside University. Look out for that show coming live. And of course, there are many more to be added to the lineup here on Yaad Radio, maintaining that perfect balance. Yeah? So Mama G, love and honor. Kadamawi Knife, love and honor. Wow. Who is next? So look out. Listen out for the announcement today on Yaad Radio. But we have Jerry Small at 6 p.m., historian and journalist. And of course, at 6:55, we have Chad. Chad is from the Nyabingi Center in Montego Bay, Pitford, and we're going to reason about a work day, which is on the 12th of this month here, which is tomorrow. At this time, it is now 16 minutes past 3, and we're in the segment brought to you by Love and Spice Cafe out of Atlanta. At this time, we welcome on air in the word, sound, powerful segment of the show, the one them call Article Fire. I, Article Brother. Seeing Article, what go on, Kush? How are you this strong?
What a guan. I live coming live from the capital, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
For
we're, bro-
real, for
we're
real.
broadcasting from the gates today, from the yard, because this week has been such a magnificent strong for I, coming off of the vibration of Bunny Whaler celebrating his Earth Strong yesterday. We started on Thursday, sorry, where we had the symposium hosted by Reggae Rituals on the Mona campus. We want to big up Lady Colleen Douglas for curating that event. And then, of course, first night we had Rootsman Skanky in the 79th celebration, celebration of this great king, for which I was privileged to be the stage manager for that event. It was a great honor just serving, the Honorable Bonnie Whaler, Naki, and the whole entire family. So we're moving forward tomorrow. It's Jamaica Best School Band Finals at Edna Manley. I want to be there live. So I say, yo, yeah, man, we're staying at the city and just go on easy. But how are you there in Atlanta?
Uh, Atlanta, right, pollen season, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know, it seems like a natural mystic is in the air. Because those who have never been affected before is now having some challenges.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
such is life. If there's no adversity, there's no resilience.
Exactly, exactly. Same so
Yeah,
I just
man,
I just
for
a
real.
raise with a bridging in and him and say, boy, him have a mango tree in him yard. I don't know, for those who are in the Caribbean now it's kind of mango season. And him have a East Indian mango tree in him yard. And he must say, boy, this week this season of mango is really I don't know if a environmental change or what go on, but the mango them not that solid as how them usually be. And things. So,
Mm,
yeah, it seems as if the environment really, really, there has been a real change in just the dynamics of the environment. And as a result of that, it is affecting not only individuals, but also the plant world. So, we
mm,
want individuals just to be aware of their environment,
for
aware
real.
themselves, and just kind of do what is necessary to, take care of the eye self in truth.
True.
That's all.
For
So,
real, man.
what is the word sound powerful for this strong?
What is the word sound powerful for this strong? It's so many things happening in the world. It's
Mm.
so interesting when you really look at it still.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I really feel strongly zero in on the Folly Kingdom putting up a visa ban because Jamaica is adamant about reparations for the people who did the work and not the ones who exploited them, that not only got the benefit, but the insurance payout hundreds of years ago. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where no Britain is not just saying, "Oh, we're gonna ban America." Them also put the same type of sanction energy upon African countries where push the energy at the same time. But my thing really is here comes the reality of why so many youths today are regardless as lawless. Because you want to ban a country So the citizens, not the puppet diplomats, don't have visa access to your country anymore. So psychologically, you create a civil unrest between the people and the government because a lot of these sanctions and bans do not apply to high officials. They only affect the average man. You understand? So your girlfriend in England can come down and look for you, but you can no longer have a dream of getting a visa to go look for her and buy two clocks. So within this time and space, it's almost like I said, well, so a government has about slavery, you know, but it took a long time for true money. If you let go of them things, like right now, I'm on one time visa. You get where I come from?
Yes,
But
I.
it's a bigger picture because why do we still have a governor general? Why
Ex-
are we still paying colonial taxes?
Serious question. Serious,
You see
serious
where I'm
question.
coming from?
Yes, I.
It's no different, than the bank ensures that the car dealership get a bailout when him go in a hardship.
Mm-hmm.
But you've been trying to pay for this car forever and you can't pay for it due to how unfair the loan was at the time that you took it.
Mm-hmm.
And you have carried the burden of this debt and the bank now give you no assistance. Where in the bank make 10 times the amount of the value of the loan already.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So all I'm simply saying is something have to shift radically beyond diplomatic negotiations when it comes to reparations and interdependence, meaning that no boy from over this can tell me what to do over yes. It is time bridging. The argument here I draw out little bit too long. So all of the man them will swear say them bad. And you only have create havoc in your community. And the real warfare this all out it for ready for right now. We hear about the Maroons them doing for them part, but right now in this time and space, this is the real warfare we all out it supposed to really get ready for right now. So
HeartiKal.
moving forward, a
Yes.
couple of years from now and a couple 100 years from now, we no longer is going to say, well, and that them did want to teach we and that we did happen. Brother, now is the time. This is a very serious issue. And I don't think the narrative or the full is being told. You understand where I come from?
Yes, I.
All of them you the way I do them journalistic work, let go the spotlight off of the artist them for a second.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because some of them funds there is not like Bob Marley and Zimbabwe time. You understand where I'm coming from? Like the thing really serious, brother. Maybe the ones that I worry about them touring reach and markets and niches. You understand where I come from?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because if you look on the right now, all of the rest of them that them Prada glasses are burning at fire. You get where I come from, family? So the
Yes, I.
money where you give Prada, you could have really come back into the Caribbean and see some youth where design something. And like give thanks to Kim Shango.
Mm.
Give thanks to King Shango, consistently spending his money with
Exactly.
him people when it comes. Yes, he might have a BMW or a Benz, but him consistently spending money with him people them too, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Equally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
And
understand where I come from? Some type of way, bro. Even all of the ones them were in the legal field. And I believe, I don't remember this bridging name where him say, oh, if you is a lawyer in this time and space, yeah? If you're not a part of the solution, brother, you're just a parasite.
exactly.
You get where I come from? This is a very serious issue. And it's not just reparation money, it is not just sovereignty. It is so many things in how we think and go about doing things, bro. You understand? We can't, like, one of the things about Donald Trump will get overshadowed by his personality, The man say, oh, America can no longer stand up and do things in such a way that they're being exploited for the benefit of the whole world and not themselves. And that is how Jamaica is acting right now. Think of all of these cruise ship companies, all of these airline companies. Where are these people paying their money for us to get, for them to get our services? Which payment platform is created and owned by the Caribbean region? And the terms of business, bro, how does it benefit the average people? A Visa, a MasterCard, and all these international, everything, the money just have come right back out of the country, brother. And the craft market people and the people who work at the hotel barely see it.
Mm-hmm.
You get where I'm coming from?
Yes, I.
It is time we make citizenship be what it truly is, brother. We're tenants paying for illusion that we don't get any benefit for. That is what we need to change right now. And we can no longer be owned and controlled by somebody where they are foreign. We now do not feel it.
Truly
It
agree.
is no different than a man want a woman and him there Jamaica and willing to go above and beyond for the woman. But because of this whole ideology of this man a foreign, I take care of her. And him not really truly do right by her still.
Exactly.
But she rather hold on to the hopes of going to foreign
Foreign.
than to build herself right as our yard. I'm just trying to give many examples to paint the picture.
Yes, yes, yes.
You understand where I come from? It's no different than all these wonderful gifts you give for teachers there, but you can never ever see where your teacher go all out for you.
Never.
You understand where I come from, family? There has to be a level of equity, ownership, and reciprocity and sustainability in what we're doing, bro.
You know, as you say these things, I'm overhearing some very interesting conversation in the car. Europe is really trying them best to weasel them way out of any reparation or anything like that. At one
Yeah,
point, I heard them even saying that because they are also a part of the liberation movement, yeah, there are some members of the British Race that they don't feel like they should also, and I'm saying these people, them really, 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 this white privilege, this white thing where them seem to have as to being the right thing. They really don't understand, overstand, or understand. And I'm going to take it a step
bro.
further, my lord. I'm going to take it a
Mhm.
step further. You see, after slavery, because slavery really was a thing what happened that it was a blatant thing. But a lot of persons are not aware that after slavery and the so-called abolition or abolition, whatever they want to call it, of slavery,
Abolition.
abolition of slavery, thank you, there were still slavish like activities taking place. What do I mean by that? The ownership and directing and feeling as if these people are below you. That was still going on. I mean, in certain countries, say for example,
Not
Brazil,
was, not was,
it's still going
is.
on. Exactly. Say for
Is.
example,
That is the key word right there. Is.
yeah man, countries like Brazil, Cuba, Haiti and Hispaniola and these places, they actually plan to actually decrease the African race in those countries, by inviting other Europeans to move freely into these territories to marry these black people and in as a result to kind of tone down the blackness of the country fireball. So they came there saying that they're the owners of the land same way because we know the history is. Even after slavery, the Europeans decided to hold on to certain spaces, and therefore even spaces like Hispaniola versus Haiti, those is one island, but yet still one half of the island is mostly Caucasian or what you call whiter people, while the other side of the island, which is Haiti, is predominantly black. And they actually set that up where there's a racism being displayed openly in that country. Now, who is going to pay for those atrocities for that was done to those people? Yeah? In Cuba is the
I think
same thing. When them a talk about Cuban people and who you have Cuba was mostly made up of black people family or what you call people who are indigenous. Because after you have the Tainos and the all these other people, the other largest percentage of individuals were black people. And again, they
true.
imported, they allowed all these thieves and grapists, as them calling them on the platforms now. For those who don't understand, just cut off the G. Those grapists to come into the Caribbean because it wasn't at that time the people who themselves like middle class, upper class, they were not willing to sacrifice their lives to come to this new world because they had everything already where they were. So what they did was to empty the prisons and the jails and all of these places and lower class people, people who had serious mental issues because they were not middle in the ruling class or upper class. These were terrible, terrible minded people who steal, rob, grape, all kind of terrible things. And they allowed them to come to the Caribbean to what they call whitewash the Caribbean, inbreed with with the natives, kill them off with disease and all these things. All of these were strategic moves by Europe. And yet still you're saying in this time you don't want to take account as to what is going on. Come on,
But
man.
you see, one of the things, we push to get Marcus Garvey on the curriculum, but we should never have stopped there. Professor Ivan van Sertima should have been added to the curriculum too,
Mm,
because a lot of the work that Professor Ivan van Sertima put forward, that even the United Nations had to retract some of their statements, is the happening before slavery.
mm.
That's where we lose a lot of our people. We then get lost in a slavery and religion, because those were the two major tools of colonialism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Numbers don't lie now.
Yeah, man.
You have what? Churches per square mile more than anything else, just like lodge and plantation. It's no coincidence.
Wow.
So if these men were so advanced,
Mm-hmm.
why is it that all their artifacts is not of their heritage?
All they did
You
was
get
to
where
go
I come
around
from?
and steal our
You get
artifacts.
where I come from, family? Because enough of us don't know what black people were before slavery. And that's the problem. The problem, it was a purpose and continuous miseducation strategy that is happening today. Even if you go a campaign versus you go a stats. You understand where I come from? It's still happening today, Challenge with that. Well, we as a people have to take ownership in overstanding. We play a great role in disassociating ourselves from that heritage. And that is why today we don't understand the dynamics of the seriousness of reparations. Because once you admit that which you did was wrong and you return them money, then you might as well do what? The ultimate step, and give we full sovereignty. And it shouldn't be you giving us full sovereignty, brother. Because what is the point we are celebrating Nani in the first place?
Wow.
You see what a part of the thing that was never, and I don't know if it's not happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
I was never told in high school that Nani was not a slave. And this is a Harvard document that is well known, except
Mm-hmm.
in the Caribbean, it seems,
Exactly.
because a king does not negotiate with a slave family. So they acknowledge the monarch in exile. That is the only reason why the Maroons them get sovereignty in the wrong name.
Mm.
We must address all of the things that we know. We can't left no stone unturned right now.
Wow. One big up Mama G, the gaman. Mama G, gaman of all the
Bro, man, I tell you,
indigenous
say,
people, you know?
yo, the youth them have all of the, and them not just put the pressure upon you them. All of we as a collective
Mm-hmm.
have all of the solutions that we need, but we have to come together. And in order for we come together, family, we have to know ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
was written in stone before the Bible was a concept.
Yes.
And these are things that we have to begin to realize, bro. With spirituality, before slavery, was not witchcraft, bridging. You get where I come from? We were
Exactly.
not uncivilized people, bro. And we
Exactly.
were not just relegated to Africa, family. We circumnavigated the globe and the artifacts are there. Before you have Rome right there in the Caribbean, the exact replica of Rome coming from Mexico, Tehutican. And we don't learn about these things in school because as black people, that's what we did. Oh, you got teach a youth about the time when he was a slave, but not the time when he was a king family. So somehow we as social studies teacher, bro, we need to do some advocacy work to bridging.
I am at the
The
forefront of
curriculum them
that.
need to change steadfast.
Fire. I
We
am
are
at the forefront
committing,
of that, man. I tell the eye.
brother.
You see, hold
Yeah,
on now.
man. We are
Listen.
commit some serious psychological genocide when we are teaching you them one side of the story, brother.
Listen, family. I really have to mention this. I want to give thanks to department, humanities department at Inzud High School. Seeing? I, in terms of as a teacher in that department, when it comes to certain, what I call African or Black history or whatever situation them bring forward through the ministry, I must give thanks for my HOD who has the capacity to overstand that based upon history, our history don't start at slavery, family. He has given I and I the opportunity to expose the youths of Inzo through the department, stepping forward boldly, speaking to the
Yeah, we don't really
principal,
like the word exposed still, but we can't enlighten them.
through enlighten them, empower them. Very good. See, the word sound powerful. See, and the brethren
Yeah,
has
man.
the brethren and the department really give thanks, has really go above and beyond of not just featuring things of slavery, but also current examples of great individuals who have overcome certain things. So we talk about from way forward, way back,
Yeah, man.
Sankofa. And we also tie
Yeah,
into
man.
African greatness now. And we don't stuck in a no slavery time as we feel say, yo, it's that alone we want with people them. No, no. No, we go
Yes.
above and
We
beyond the
give thanks.
curriculum.
We
Mhm.
give thanks that that is happening in your school because one is at least more than enough to say yes, the fire still ablaze.
Yes, I.
And I don't want no ones listening this program right now. Open up your ears, open up your heart, open up your mind. The reason why the curriculum them messed up is because the church own the school them.
Sealer. Right there. So there's
If you don't
no
understand
change.
it, do your research. And remember, the same people who dictate the curriculum and own the church them
Mhm.
are the same man them own the museum them. So why is it that the curriculum not reflect what is in the museum?
Exactly. Exactly.
And what is in the museum does not belong to these people. So how is it that them a charge you an arm and a leg for teach your children what them doing? Listen to me, man.
Oh
Listen to
yeah.
me, man. I want the ones them understand so me never come on the ear and say it how me really want to say it.
Boy. I
You
pray
understand where I come
I
from?
pray and live for the day that you will come here and really speak the I mind because we are uncensored,
No,
unfiltered,
man. Me
undiluted.
learn, Me learn and me
Yeah,
grow.
yeah,
And me realize you can get the same point there across
yes,
without say, yo, right now, burn a fire upon this and tell some
yes,
boy if you go chuck off and support their mother. And
yes,
we have to
yes,
find different ways to get the message across because subconsciously you them a pay attention and them a learn.
yes.
And then I go remember how you articulate yourself to get your point across. And then I go realize that subconsciously it is my reaction
Mm-hmm.
to my emotions that I need to master in order to find my way through life.
Haile Selassie, I. My brother, oh, I
You get where
seal
I come
upon
from?
that. We want to seal
Yeah,
today's broadcast
yeah,
from that and really give thanks to the high strength. The time is
yeah,
now
man.
3:40, which is 20 minutes to 4. But this is Article Fire Live. You hearing him? This is the Word Sound Powerful segment brought to you by Love and Spice Cafe in
Yes, I.
Atlanta. So we
Oh
want to big up
my
the
God.
one.
Big up Love and Spice Cafe because we had a wonderful nourishment before this segment.
Wow.
And of course, as a reinforcement, the word sound vibration. We not just ask for give it back or feel we, a time we take it back and govern the thing properly.
How is this? Give thanks,
Yeah.
my
So
brother.
all of the ones them come together, bro, and make the thing work. We have the solution. Bless up on
Definitely.
yourself, enough love, read and do on the research.
Yes.
Listen and think, expand your mind, open up your heart, and
Exactly.
stop this believe things where you don't know and repeat things where your band can't hear say. Wise.
Highly high. Give thanks, my brother.
Yeah,
As
man,
is.
enough love.
This is Word Sound Powerful segment with the one Article Fire. Remember, Word Sound Powerful segment is brought to you by Love and Spice Cafe out of Atlanta. We give thanks. Again, big up the ones them in Atlanta. We ask you, yeah, man, if one day you feel really, really, really like you want some real, authentic, ital food, Love and Spice Cafe in Atlanta. But not only that, they prepare traditional Caribbean dishes for you. Just ask them and tell them you heard it here on iYard Radio. It's Love and Spice Cafe out of Atlanta. The time is now actually 17 minutes into 4 o'clock, which brings us into our segment called I Bash Full. Yeah, man, the I Bash Full, man. Mango is there, fruits, all type of fruits, you know what I mean? But we want to speak about those organizations who help others in the community. We want to talk about what they call the NGOs, the foundations, the non-profit organization, the movements, them will highlight in a I Bashful segment. In today's broadcast, we're gonna speak about an event which is to maintain just the historical significance of the Rastafari community in this Western Hemisphere here, among many other things. We have live online Queen Mother Mitzi from the Nyabingi Council. Greetings, Queen Mother. How are you today?
Greetings, Breadlocks, giving thanks and Isis.
Isis, I
Yes, we are full.
give thanks, give thanks. I want to say, really, it is an honor having you here on iYard Radio because it's the works of the I do. Boy, just be your blessing upon the I and the I family, itinerally, We give thanks that you are
Yes,
able to, extend yourself to the community, to the African community, to Rastafari. And you have been achieving great things for us. And we give thanks and honor the I in this moment.
give thanks, give thanks, I love it, give thanks.
Yes, I also want to just extend to your family and to ones who also help to support you just that adoration and just love also as we disseminate information about His Majesty and the Rastafari community. We have an event coming up here on April 21st. It is really highlighting the visit of Emperor Haile Selassie I. It is a Rastafari memory, a Pan African mission, 60 years in remembering the moment, continuing the works, the Diamond Jubilee. Tell us a little bit about
Yes,
that,
I,
please.
yes, I give thanks, Breadlocks, give thanks again. You know, it's a historic moment that we revisit, and we have our own pilgrimages as Rastafari. This is a moment that is not only acknowledged and celebrated here in Jamaica, but across the world, anywhere that Rastafari is. You know, especially our Nyabingi family, it's now one of those very, very special days and moments on our Rastafari calendars. So celebrations are going to be happening worldwide, to honor this moment in 1966 when His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia visited the Caribbean for 7 days. He landed in Trinidad and Tobago on the 18th of April, spent 3 days there. And of course, he made a stop that was an impromptu, unofficial stop in Barbados. The Prime Minister and the government of Barbados at the time really wanted to do a similar state visit, but they were still a colony at the time. They had not yet received political independence. So they were not qualified to have a state visit of that nature. But they really begged, and protocols were extended to
Yes.
Barbados. And he made a 2-hour stop there on his way to Jamaica from Trinidad on the 21st of April. So the 21st of April, still goes down in history as an unprecedented historic moment on this island, when His Majesty landed at the then Palisados Airport in that big, beautiful Ethiopian aircraft with the insignia of the lion on it,
Yes.
something that witnesses to the moment don't ever have to exaggerate because it was really something special. Serious rainfall prior to his landing, and then the skies really burst open. Witnesses said that there were doves flying in the sky at the time, and the skies really opened to receive the king in his plane at the airport, and hundreds of thousands of people were there. We hear the stories of the tarmac. All protocols were had to be abandoned that day as far as governmental greetings are concerned. And yes, the plane landed at around 1:30, and we have to say it was chaos.
Yes, it was.
I think the excitement of the people erupted, and
Yes.
the police or the state was not able to control what happened at the airport that day. It was really it was a spectacle for real. So we are going to be having an event on the 21st of April. That's not this Tuesday coming, the following Tuesday, to acknowledge this historic moment. It's 60 years, as you said, it's a Diamond Jubilee. And we've been doing this kind of thing. We do it every year, but in different ways at different times. For the 50th anniversary, we had a great celebration as well. That time we invited His Majesty's grandson, His Imperial Highness Prince Eremiah Salis Selassie, and his wife to Jamaica to have a reenactment almost of the visit 50 years earlier. And that was probably something that came closest to what happened in 1966, where, they landed at the airport and we were able to greet them on the 21st, greet them with a very royal greeting from the community. We had Rastafari brethren and sisters coming from all over the world to share this moment with us. So, yes, and we had a celebration that time, which would have retraced the steps of His Majesty. Not everything would have happened in the same day in 1966, and there was a lot of his itinerary that we had to leave off. But, in terms of his Kingston movement, we really tried to retrace his steps by going up Duke Street, where he would have addressed Parliament. That would have been the second day he was there. He was here. We went to Marcus Garvey Shrine at National Heroes Park. We went to Michael Teachers College.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to Jamaica College, the educational institutions that he Grace is present with. And we went to UTEC and University of the West Indies, where His Majesty had been awarded an honorary doctorate, a Doctor of Laws degree. So that time it was really spectacular. This year it's a little bit downscaled in terms of that, but we're hoping to have a a wonderful celebration on the 21st. We're going to be doing the motorcade, which a lot of people are looking forward to. We're going to motorcade to the airport to have a kind of receiving ceremony reenactment there, just to share, with each other, words and memories of the moment, not only with ourselves, but normally, as I tell people, the layout of the airport, excuse me, is a little bit different now. That time we were a little bit closer, like to the departure area and to the workers on the site, so one could come out and participate in the drumming and just to hear some word sound from our ancients. We had so many ancients trotting with us at the time who were actually witnesses to the visit and witnesses to the movement of His Majesty. Some of them were actually awardees of the recipients of gold medals from His Majesty. So, that time it was really, really very, very special. So we're not there now, and we have lost so many of our ancients. I think there is only one living ancient, Bongo Trevor, who is still one of those recipients of a gold medal that the Rastafari community members had received on His Majesty's visit. But we're going to do our best. It's a teaching moment. It's an educational moment for I, and for us to share with the nation what this memory is to us as Rastafari, and also to share what the continued Pan-African mission is for us as a people. Yeah, so after we leave the airport, we should be making a short stop at the Haile Selassie High School, which is actually a legacy of the visit. His Majesty donated the money at the time he came to Jamaica and actually broke ground himself at Payne Avenue, but in the space where the government had assigned to build this school. And the school wasn't actually opened until 3 years after in 1969. But the school also acknowledges this moment when the founder would have come and given Jamaican people and the government this legacy of education, which is very important to the king, and his own vision of nation building and national development generally. So this legacy of the school is something outstanding to I. It's the only school that's named after Emperor Haile Selassie in the Western Hemisphere. So it remains an outstanding beacon in many ways. So after we leave Haile Selassie High School, hopefully participating in the celebrations and that will be happening there with the school and the students, and being able to leave a message, leave some kind of lasting impact on these youths as far as the importance, the significance of the donor of the school is concerned. We will move with our motorcade to part of the route that we want the motorcade to pass King's House on Hope Road, which is where His Majesty resided when he was here. Sir Clifford Campbell was the Governor General at the time, and that's where it was a state visit, so he would have stayed with the head of state of the country, the Governor General. So so we will then drive down Hope Road to enter Ranny Williams Center, which is where we would have our activities continue into the night, and to chant Isis there, right at Ranny Williams Center. I think is the first time we would be doing that. To chant, to have Nyabingi right there.
Yes, I.
On Hope Road.
And we're talking about Nyabingi until dawn as
until dawn.
Yes, I. It is such a
chant
honor.
all night till daylight. We will be chanting Isis.
Yes, I. It sounds so stimulating to me, because we're not just in a location, but we'll be traveling, showing our presence on the street. So individuals even will be able to see those who would drive past, because we know traditionally when I trading in his flags and drumming and the whole vibe. So we want to create that type of vibe where individuals can even see it and say and question, but what go on today for the rest of them? And then them
Mm-hmm.
in that question they know what's going on for the eye, knowing that you are a
Yes,
black
sir.
person in Jamaica who had this great visit years ago, and these are the days that you should be celebrating, not those days that are prescribed unto us and from the West, but these significant days in which a great African king visited us, and not just a king but God in flesh,
Yes, the King of Kings.
the kings of kings, seeing. So
Yes.
it is very stimulating. And then our involvement with the school, I think, is also very very important, because then the significance of the space and just presence on that day being, I think it's Founders Day they're celebrating also, or
And
Founders Week.
that's what the day has been called as a calendar day for the school.
Right.
It has been called Founders Day for some time now, because it really celebrates the arrival of the founder of the school, Emperor Haile Selassie, on the 21st.
Right.
But as I said, factually, the school wasn't opened until
Three.
September 1969,
Yes, I.
which I know now. Yeah, the school has a projection and a vision in terms of continuing the development of
Yes.
their programs, and unveiling things that will be a lot more meaningful to the school as far as the
Exactly.
legacy is concerned. And after this year, they're looking to unveil a lot more coming up to the actual 60th anniversary in
Yes, yes.
1969. I don't want to be the person speaking
No,
too
no,
much to that,
I
but
wouldn't even ask you to do that. But what is so
yes,
important
yes.
for me for that event is just the consideration of the community knowing that the school is a part of us and we are a part of the school, and therefore it is significant and important to visit that location. So I would
But
call
it's. I just want to say that this morning in my phone, there's so many things. I don't know how things store in a phone, so sometimes I don't know where to find anything. But recently, I've been noticing memories coming up in my phone,
the
and
photos.
it's so
Yes.
funny that this morning I saw memories of my visit to Ethiopia in 2017, and then I saw memories with us with Chronic Haile Selassie High School,
Wow.
Dre Island doing a performance, Janine, because we
Yes.
really and truly have had a very close relationship with the different Mrs. Barnett when she was there as principal,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Ellis when he was there as principal, and now Mrs. Jones. The Rastafari community has kept a very strong bond and
Yes.
relationship with all celebrations, and to do our part in terms of the upliftment of the school and the maintenance of the integrity of the school over the
Yes.
years. There's a lot
Yes.
more that can be done, and we always beat ourselves up for that.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the dignity and, yeah, we really try to uphold that and the integrity of the school,
Yes, I.
and for the community itself to understand the importance of the school and where it came from.
Yes, I.
His Majesty, when he broke ground and he handed over the school, the intention was really to continue to establish a strong bond and relationship between the Ethiopian people and the people of Jamaica. So he actually suggested at the time that a scholarship be awarded to there was an agreement and understanding that a scholarship be awarded to an Ethiopian school student as an
Mm-hmm.
exchange, to develop an exchange program, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
A
yes.
student exchange where a student from Ethiopia would come to study at the University of the West Indies, and a student would go there to study at the University of Addis Ababa. So there was supposed to have been that student exchange. I don't know if it actually continued, because His Majesty actually, I think it was the government of Jamaica who made the offer, and His Majesty was happy to agree to that, and said he himself would go back to choose a student, the
Mm.
first student that would be able to enjoy that experience. So it there was a very deep meaning at the moment, and His Majesty has displayed his own commitment and devotion to the institution of education after the war, after the Italian invasion. He really took up the responsibility as Minister of Education because he saw where that was the only way that Ethiopians would be able to stand, you know, in their dignity and in their integrity and to develop themselves
Yes,
and to
yes,
rebuild their country to the stature that it was before. He believed in education. He gave up his palace for to build a university because he believed that Ethiopian children especially should not always have to go abroad to study. But
yes,
that institution, schools should be developed in their country that
yes,
would give them that sense of pride and belonging and, you know, allow them to continue to do their education there and to build them country through education. So,
yes. I.
you
It's
know,
very.
education is really key for him.
Yes, yes. We see that man both in terms of His Majesty and also Empress Menen, as we have just
So,
even celebrated the Earth Day of Empress Menen, and we have spoken so much about just her activities, you know, in terms of education, especially for the females, for women in
mhm,
Ethiopia at the time. And it just, I
yeah.
call to me the speech, the reasoning, the groundings that you presented to us at the event in Montego Bay, right? And
Hmm.
it brings forward to me just how you and your team and the Rastafari community, the leadership at this time, is really carry on the mandate of His Majesty and Her Majesty in terms of even presenting at almost every event, kind of edutainment as we class it as now, where it's not just to come to perform and to this, but I see key focus on April 21st. There will be cultural exhibitions on Rastafari, on His Majesty's visit. We see there will be reasoning and panel discussion. We see that there will be, you know, a fashion show bringing forward even the dress and the look and that whole experience of Rastafari and educating individuals on why we do and how we operate. So, you know, I must say it is reflective in just how our actions are today. Can you speak to a little bit more about these cultural, these activities, these features that will be at the Diamond Jubilee event?
Okay, so you know, just like what you're saying, Breadlocks and I really we stand on and we build on the foundation of our ancient matriarchs and patriarchs, you know, and we have had a template over the years in terms of how we preserve and how we express ourselves, how
Yes.
we express our culture,
Yes.
how we express our liberty, how we share it.
Mhm.
So things that we're doing now, we're probably doing it in different places with different technology and you know different elements, but we have a very strong foundation of
Yes.
how we share ourselves
Yes.
with dignity and with pride and with love, you know. So yeah, so we really and truly first of all want to give thanks for our ancestors, for our ancient matriarchs and patriarchs, and you know their spirit and their energy will be there with us, and we're hoping through our exhibits.
Mhm.
We had a Roots Foundation, some of our brethren who are based in Florida, Dr. Barnett is here in Jamaica. They really mounted a very special exhibition celebrating His Majesty's visit, the 50th anniversary in 2016, and we're hoping to get pieces of that to remount. We're also going to be mounting some pieces from the Discovery and Rastafari exhibit that was mounted in Washington D.C. and also pieces of the Rastafari Unconquerable exhibit that was mounted in Jamaica, the Institute of Jamaica, from 2013 to 2016. A part of that exhibit is still at the Civic Center in Montego Bay, but the other one was pulled down in 2016, as I said. So we're hoping to get some of those pieces to kind of capture the journey of Rastafari And, while we honor our community, we honor the foundation that we stand on. As I say, some of the ones who really sacrificed and paid the price for I and I to be here, because these ones really paid a price, through trials and tribulations, so I and I can be triumphant in this time, and to be able to celebrate in Ganja, and to be celebrating the things that brought down so much persecution on I and I, but still have I and I unconquerable and victorious. So this is what will come out of our exhibits. We're going to be having also an exhibit of books and publications which are related to and connected to the journey of Rastafari, which we have many of them. A lot of Rastafari not writing and publishing the way we used to at one time. You had
That's what I'm
individuals and
hearing.
groups.
That's what I'm
No,
hearing.
I'm telling you, we're not doing it like before. Our ancients, they really stepped out to confidently. His Majesty has that thing where he says, "Today we look to the future calmly, confidently, and courageously." They stepped out confidently and courageously to spread the word. And at the time, there was no social media. The greatest source of information spreading and sharing at the time was newspapers.
Yes.
Funny enough, it was print media. So Garvey printed, and all of our great ones, they found a way. Give thanks to Miguel Lauren, who was here with Head Start Publishing. Raseku Tafari from Frontline in Chicago, and Rastafari Speaks. They push out the word. Junior Manning had a Rastafari news, I think it was. But the brethren, them, there were publications, there were booklets. We had Jahog magazine. We had a lot to look forward to. That time we had material that we could send into the prisons for incarcerated brethren and sisters. A lot of ones were converted, in Babylon, just through publications, magazines, books that ones could share with them inside there and strengthen them, So we're hoping to bring forward some of these so ones can see our journey and to get some inspiration and to know, say, the hardest part of the journey, His Majesty would say our Armageddon has passed as African people, is we're rising from here. And this is some of the discussions that we really want to share in relation to our mission of repatriation is a must. Because, this is really the journey that our ancients brought to us from that time until now. And this is something that we can never give up on as a people. Them tell us we don't give up a continent for an island. So we live with that vision, even once they know they're not going to make it to the continent, but they never ever leave out that as a part of our mission going forward as African people in the West. So this is something that we want to continue to invoke in our family, that spirit of love for the motherland and that energy of movement and support. And don't forget home. Don't forget the homeland. Yeah, when we look at the report from 1960 that was done by the University of the West Indies. That was one of the things that stood out in that 1960 report, that we want to go home. First of all, the society don't love us, it don't treat us good, it persecuting us and putting us through tribulation. We know where our home is, take us home. And that's what led to the African missions in 1961 and I think 64. Where the brethren them demand that find out from Africa who will bring us home, who will take us home. So the missions went through and them kind of breakdown from there. But shortly after that, the king came and revived that confidence of the people to know that Africa still loves I and I, its children, its sons and daughters, and don't want us to forget where our home is,
Definitely. And therefore, we're hosting again this Diamond Jubilee event to never forget. Give thanks, Queen Mother Mitzi, for joining us today on Yaad Radio. The program is Yaad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean. In our segment called I Bashful, and we just know, say, this event is going to be so great. We give thanks for all the mansions, all the organization, everyone who is involved with it. We just want to just honor the item and know that, yeah, that day will livicate to just following through and being in the space, you know, give thanks.
Yes, Breadlock. So we're really calling on ones to come out, come out to come and share and to come and full joy the moment. Come from near and far, bring your Ilabash and pull it up. Bring
Yes,
your irits and bring your love.
yes.
Yes, and we give thanks for everyone who is making this possible. I have a group of sister queens, who really and truly putting in so much to fulfill this mission. Sister Colleen, Sister Caris, all the ones who working so hard, including yourself, Breadlocks. I sending love to all the mansions and organizations of Rastafari, all the youths out there who call themselves non-aligned to anything at all. Come and have the experience and come and full joy this moment and learn about this historic visit to Jamaica in
Definitely.
1960. Give thanks.
Yes, and again, we're gonna follow through with some more interviews here on iYard Radio, just for once to know. As the plans come through, you will hear more, some specific things in terms of even vending, in terms of staying over. Well, a lot of things are being put on the plate. So again, we're just introducing individuals today, so you note on your calendar from this day forward. Once it's April 21st, I and I need to gather up as far I in high liberation of His Majesty's visit. Give thanks. Is there any type of contact or so you want to have out for individuals who would love to be involved in terms of support or anything like that for the event, or we have already seen?
Uh, is, do you share your contact?
Yes, so I'm gonna use my contact as
Yes,
one
yeah,
of
you
those
can get
persons.
contact,
Yeah, man.
because some other ones are aware of other ones, but I don't want to do that now, to put
Yes.
out anyone's number. But yeah, if you use your contact now, and I mean I can share my number. My number is 485-2984.
Mhm.
So yeah, this is Sister Mitzi. For anyone who needs information, I'll take that responsibility if ones need to call 485-2984.
And again, iYard Radio also would like to be able to just disseminate as we get the information to individuals. So ones can also contact us here at iYard Radio, 876-566-5556. Always, always working, continuing the works of Her Majesty and His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie. Give thanks, Queen Mother Mitzi.
Yes, yes, love Breadlock's perfect love here, and love to the family.
Isaac.
Live family here. Give
Give
thanks.
thanks, Isaac. This is iYard Radio, the online community radio. Give thanks for all those persons who, just see an interest in being here with us on this Saturday, this Sabbath. Yeah? We just had the segment called I Bashful. Yeah, man, I Bashful, man, and overflowing and just beer niceness, seeing beer goodness. Yeah, balance. And therefore, that was our guest. Again, Queen Mother Mitzi speaking about the visit of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, a Rastafari memory, a Pan African mission. 60 years on remembering the moment, continuing the work. It's the Diamond Jubilee, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026, at the Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center. We start at the center at 12 p.m. Yeah? But there's some activities that will be announced in terms of motorcade, in terms of this movement. We have plans to stop at Haile Selassie School. So, yeah. But again, we will be at the Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center until dawn. Yeah, man, the next morning, chanting Isis. Yes, shook room, HeartiKal. In this time, it is 15 minutes past 4, and we enter into our segment known as Her Story. Yeah, we always hear about his story and their story. But what about the Empress story, the Mennonites? The segment is called Her Story because it features the humble beginnings, development, and contribution of an outstanding woman. Yeah, we give thanks for our guest today. We know her or was introduced to her as the CEO of the Red Reggae Road Trip. Her name, as we call her, Empress Rosie. Greetings, greetings, Empress Rosie. How are you?
Okay, greetings, and let me just make a big correction. My name is
Oh,
Rootsy,
sorry.
like roots from the
Oh, yes.
ground.
Oh, my. I'm so sorry. Rootsy,
It's
roots
okay.
from the ground.
I,
Yes,
I,
I. Yes, I.
yes, I am very, very rosy, but my name Rootsy.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, man. And she roots it
Okay,
too, as you know, as you see it, people, you see what I got. She roots it, you know. See it?
yes,
Um, I
definitely.
want to give thanks again for just meeting you on I, life journey. And just in terms of just
Yes,
the movement and the mission that you're on as a curator of the culture of reggae, you know what I
thank,
mean? Yeah, it is an honor
yes,
to
yes,
meet
yes.
the eye. But we know that there's many more, because you're a woman, you know, and there's many other aspects of you that speaks to just even individuals who are listening now. So we want to use this opportunity to empower them. So let us start from the
Definitely.
beginning, from the root. Yeah?
Oh, boy.
Probably
Okay,
even say the seed, yeah?
okay. But before that, I've been on the road all day, so I had to dip into Price Smart to make sure that I can have some place to sit and conduct the interview. So I'm hoping that you can hear me clearly. I have you on the speakerphone, and unfortunately, the Wi-Fi is not powerful enough to have me live stream. So that's why we're calling in. But I just want to make sure you can hear me clearly.
Yes,
Just a lot of background
I
noise.
can hear you clearly now. It's good. See,
Okay.
yeah,
All
man.
right.
So,
That's great.
tell us about mommy and daddy. Tell us about those individuals, those wonderful persons, and then tell us about just you as a individual, your early life experiences, and what has actually shaped Rootsy right now in this aeration.
Yes, well, thank you. That's a very blessed question. I don't get asked those questions too often. But my mother is from Trenchtown. She actually grew up with Bob Marley and used to go to the same church and used to sing with him after church and had those great type of experiences. And my father is from Saint Elizabeth, and they recently passed, but they were two very hard working Jamaican parents, old school Jamaicans. And yeah, they went to America and had me. And that was the beginning of Rootsy. Well, actually my government name is Donna, but I was born in Brooklyn, New York. But and big up all my Brooklyn people out there listening. How you don't know, proud Jamaican. I would definitely say that I am very grateful for my parents having me be born in Jamaica, in America, not because I don't love Jamaica, because I love Jamaican culture way more than American culture, but it just enabled me with certain opportunities to be able to help me develop into the person to come forward to Jamaica now and contribute and be a part of the strength of the economy and the people and everything like that. So I'm just very, very thankful for that. My mother was always a nurse for as long as I can remember, but she was also always a hustler on the side. So she had all type of hustles going on. She used to keep parties, she used to keep events, bus rides, all type of things. And I was her little slave, if for the lack of a better term.
Are
And
you no man, are you
huh?
I hear you. So are you really do the work from them time there? Oh God.
Yeah, yeah. And it's so funny because growing up in foreign, my foreign friends, especially on the weekend, they used to get to sleep late and watch cartoons and don't have to do certain chores. Lord Jesus, me up at 5 o'clock every Saturday morning,
J-
like some me living at Jamaica,
w-
scrub wall.
were they
And I do it. My mother raised me just like how I would have been raised in
in
Jamaica. I
Jamaica?
was
Exactly.
literally,
Exactly.
yeah, I hated every minute of it back then. But let me tell you something. As a grown woman now, I'm so thankful for it.
Ah,
I'm so thankful for it
yes,
because she
wow.
equips me with skills and abilities that the average, I don't even know, even nowadays, children born in Jamaica are not being raised old school that way. But definitely foreign children are raised in a very,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, not in such a strong way. And so she gave me something to work with. And like I said, I hated every minute of it back then. And
Mm.
she used to have parties. I was her little I did everything, mopping, cleaning. When she was having the parties, I had to be on attention all night. Imagine a little 8, 9-year-old girl. I had to be up if one of the people that were at a party spilled juice on the floor, me have to come with the mop. Me say I was doing everything. We had a 6 bedroom house with a backyard and a big front yard, and I'm doing yard work, cleaning the
Man.
house every
Were
Saturday,
you an
everything.
only
So my
child?
friends
You're an
used to
only
laugh after
child?
me.
You're an only child?
No, that's the funny part.
So
No,
do
no,
you
my
have.
sisters were
Yes?
born in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
However, when they got to America, maybe she felt sorry for them. And so they were a little older than me, maybe about 6, 7 years older than me. So you know what it is? I did everything humbly because my sisters would get attitudes. And I guess
Oh.
she didn't want to do no attitude, but I was just one of those youths that, yes, mommy, no,
Mm.
mommy. And I guess she just decided to. And besides, I did the job damn good. Like my sisters cannot see me, not even in this day. Them can't see me with the cleaning. Them can't see me with the organization. Them can't see me with none of them things. So I guess it was just meant for her to just take set on me. And I appreciate every minute of it, now that I'm older. So yeah. So I
Uh,
love telling that story.
we're here, we're live. It's Yaad Radio. We're talking to Rootsy. Wow,
Yeah.
what an
Yeah.
experience! You know, what
Yeah.
school. What was it like in the states? You know what I mean? You were well rooted as a militant, daughter in terms of chores and organizing and all these things. But what was school like for you? Did
Oh.
these activities only
Hmm.
help to master schooling?
Well, I will definitely see you giving me an opportunity to really show off today, because, bro, trust me. I listen. I've never failed a class. I've been skipped several times. I even ended up leaving college because I was way beyond what the professors could teach me. My mother, like I don't know. She literally used to say, "I'm going to beat common sense into you." And let me tell you something. Common sense gives you so much strength on all platforms because it enabled me to be able to master any topic, any subject, and anything that I would put my brain to, and just master it in a very, very quick, efficient way that, I did very, very well in school. To the point where even when I was in high school, I remember I started, getting with well, I wouldn't say the wrong crowd. I just started developing into a whole nother person. And I used to cut school a lot, and the teachers would say, "Miss Brown, you're not going to pass this class." And I'm like, okay, we'll see. And even though as much as I cut school, I would still show up on Friday and take the test and ace the test. And they just couldn't understand how she's not coming to school, but she's still, mastering the classes. So I just have those type of experience. And, once again, I thank my mother because you didn't have no options with her. You
Yes.
had to do the best. You had to do the best. There was no option except
Mm-mm.
torture, of course. And
Is
I
it-
didn't like torture, so
it was.
I succeeded at many, many things along the way, thanks to the fear of my mother.
Yes, I. So it's from then
Yeah,
you had that love for the culture, the Jamaican culture, the whole, vibration. Because then from early you were hosting cultural events, being raised like a Jamaican, really in the United States. It definitely had an effect on you. Um, how was your
definitely.
yeah, man? How was your high school? level and college in terms of cultural experience? Were you able to, were individuals able to also see that in your actions at school and being a part of that? Were you the one on dorm cooking rice and peas and all these things?
Not necessarily cooking, but I definitely would say I didn't know it then,
Hmm.
but I've been a leader for a very long time because when I look back, I was always super active in every type of the extracurricular activities
Hmm.
in high school as well as college, from the choir to student leaders of America
Hold
and
on, hold
all
on.
type of things.
The
Like,
guy a big singer. Hold on, man. Oh, yeah, Musa. You know the choir?
oh
Are we
yeah. Well, I'm multi talented,
yeah.
but my focus is definitely sound system, which we will get to. Yeah.
True. Yes,
Um.
I.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you were a part of school leadership. You're saying what was that? The you were mentioning?
I mean, yeah, just there was so many programs, back then before they started cutting all the funds. But there was many, many programs, to enrich the young people's lives, and I was not scared of them. I would be, if let's say there was 12 programs and I was a member of all 12. The average student would maybe pick one or two, or a lot of the girls my age at that time would pick cheerleading, But that probably was the only thing that I really wasn't interested in. But other than that, yeah, I was very active, and in college it got even worse. I mean, I was probably more politically and student active than actually going to classes, because I found myself being more interested in the leadership, of the opportunities of being a part of these programs and creating initiatives to, supplement the programs that I was with that would benefit the student population of my, college institution. And so I found it way more interesting than the actual schoolwork, because the schoolwork was interesting, but because I master schoolwork so easily, it
Mm-hmm.
just was like, you know what, I just kind of wanted to put more into the student activities because I was able to utilize what was inside of me. But with the actual schoolwork, I'd like go home, read the book, pass the test. It is what it is every single time. So that really didn't challenge me as much as like the actual extracurricular activities, which is why I eventually did not finish college, because I realized I don't need this.
Mm, definitely, definitely. You saw yourself just being more of that person who is into action to go out in the field to really serve, and you said
Yeah.
you left university early. What was one of the reasons for you being doing that really? What were you involved with at the time?
Okay. Well, I will. You definitely having me put myself out there now, but this story is a long time in coming as far as getting to the public. So when I was in college, so there was many people that had jobs, and there was a lot of older people that went to college as well, and so there was many people that worked and had children and families at home, and so it was almost impossible for them to not only take the class, because back then things weren't virtual. We're talking about in the late '90s to the late '90s. So there was nothing virtual. You couldn't take classes at home. You had to actually go to the school. You had to actually read the book. There was no AI. There was nothing to help you. And so a lot of these people that were in positions like this, and even people that was my age at the time that just didn't do well in schoolwork, they needed help with writing successful term papers, and not only term papers, but just the regular homework where, the average thing in college, whenever you have homework, you have to submit a paper,
Hmm.
right? That's at least 2 3 pages long.
Right,
And
right.
so that was a lot of people's weakness. And so I decided to go into business, and I started writing people's papers for them. And so, it started off with one client, and then he kind of spread the word after I, got him, A's after A's after A's. Every single paper was an A. And so then I ended up with probably about 15 clients. And at one point, I had like 5 people in the same class. And I remember one of my clients said to me, "But we all have the same paper subtopic due. How are you gonna, how the professor's gonna know like you're right?" I was like, "Bro, trust me, there is so many different
Wow.
brains." moving parts going on in this brain. It's going to come from five different perspectives
Mm-hmm.
and five different standpoints. The professor is not going to know one thing around that this is one person that wrote these five papers. And I said, I guarantee you're not going to get less than an A minus. All of us got A's, needless to
Wow.
say. And
Wow.
after that, I became the GOAT. Like I literally had like about 50 clients after that. And that's when I really realized my writing skills and just my ability to be able to use my brain,
Mm-hmm.
you know, almost fully. Because you know, the average person,
Mm-hmm.
human, we really don't utilize our brain fully. We really, really
Exactly.
don't.
Exactly. Hey,
Yeah,
you see, this brings
yeah,
so much into perspective. Again, if you're there
so
listening
much.
to iYard Radio right now, the program iYard Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean, we're talking about a woman, a woman that was grown, brought up a certain way by Caribbean parents that had certain principles. And although those principles were rough and really some people might say, yo, what go on, what kind of Cinderella story kind of vibration. But at the end of the day, it shaped her in such a way. No, I'm saying if you are somewhere in this world listening right now and you think you're going through a whole lot, probably it is training for the battlefield.
Yes,
Yeah. Probably
yes,
it is
yes,
you bringing yourself to, what I mean, them Chinese movies, and what I mean, we speak of many different cultures here, what I mean, or this Indian culture where people they spend years and they go through certain hardship to maintain a certain discipline in terms of yoga, in terms of anything at all. It takes work, people.
yeah,
It takes work.
yes.
And sometimes
It
you're
takes
gonna be
work.
like, yo, what the hell am I doing? But I'm saying you're gonna be in heaven one day, being
Yeah,
able to write five different papers for one class.
right. Well,
Like,
you know,
yes,
it's
I.
just empowering mainly because, you know, I've been able to create a path in my life where I can have freedom
Mm-hmm.
from having to work for anyone, and I can do
Mm,
basically I can do whatever the hell I want to do. And
yes,
that's, to me, that's valuable. Like, you know, because I have a brain. Like, as long as my brain works, I will
yes,
never suffer
exactly.
because my brain is my company.
Wow.
Yeah,
Did
my brain is my company.
I
I'm
must,
incorporated, Rootsy.
I'm telling you, Ruthie, wow, I'm honored that I meet you on this trod
Oh,
because
thank you. I'm honored.
Charismatic Productions Transnational, our tagline is the power of thoughts.
Exactly.
Simply put, that like anything that is in your brain, once it is positive, it can be achieved. Do not fear.
Exactly. Do not.
You see what I say? And you,
Yeah.
even today, I don't know about my listeners, but I am enthused by this whole interview. I am empowered by it.
Oh,
I feel as
thank
if,
you.
yeah, again, I'm here for a reason. And no, I'm meeting someone who, yeah, I see doing great things and not even being. Call it I'm gonna notice, every time I ask you a question, you say, yo, you're gonna really make me speak of these things and make me feel like man show off and all. Like you don't really talk about them things, you just do the thing them. He's a
Yeah,
he's a verbical
definitely.
person, love
Exactly.
is not a talk, is really action, and yeah, I bring that
Exactly.
forward, you know what I mean? Wow.
Yes. I mean, I give thanks for that, you know, perception that you have of me, because
Hmm.
that's what it's all about. And I definitely feel that on my journey, my freedoms that I have been awarded with has
Hmm.
allowed me to get to know myself. The average person does not have time to know themselves because they're caught up working for someone else. They're caught up in the trap. They're caught up in even just personal traps because we have to become aware of ourselves and aware of others, and just really get into a lot of spiritual work as far as
Yes.
knowing yourself or what is true self. And so my freedoms has allowed me to get to know myself, which has empowered me to be able to do all the things that I do with confidence, you know, with no
Mm.
fear. And I was not always this person.
No.
Believe you me, I had to develop into this person. But now that I'm here, Like, oh my gosh, like I'm like, where have you been all my life, Ruthie?
And
I am so serious.
exactly. Well, again, tell us about the Sankofa and tell us about some of the journeys and some of the areas that you have expressed your creative thoughts, your energies. Because we here say you're a top chef, we here say you're a
Yeah.
radio host. No man, tell us what go on, man.
Yes. Well, once again, I mean, listen, I'm not going to say my father did not have any contribution towards this, but my mother, obviously, they were divorced eventually by the time I got, maybe 8 years old, and she was the main, person, and she did not realize it, but she definitely was equipping me for the future with the abilities to. Hello.
Yes. Yes, I'm hearing you clearly. I'm hearing you
Oh,
clear.
okay.
You're
Yeah.
coming through clear.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Just
With
go ahead. Yes,
with
I.
the Okay, with the abilities to be a multitasker, because even though she was doing things very, very roughly with me, because I was forced to be able to master so many things, for her, and it felt horrible at the time, but that forcing, like I didn't like getting in trouble, so so I just became a multitasker, and I know for a fact that that's a serious skill, and it's a life skill that can get you through. And I think that a lot of things that I have been able to manifest has proved to myself and people around me that success does not mean grow up and go to college and get a degree and get a good job. That's not the only success. That is not the only success. I have been, manifesting many a things since I was a child, and I didn't even realize that I was doing great things until just recently, maybe within the last 5 years, because it's hard for you to award yourself, especially if people are not saying, oh my goodness, this was great or whatever, because unfortunately we live in a society of a lot of bad mind and hatred all over the world, right? And so I definitely have just discovered a lot about myself and all the things that I've manifested over the years that were tremendous, especially coming from a woman, from a young girl, and I mean, where can I start? Like I don't even whoa, I don't even know. I mean, let's start with let me backtrack. Okay, well, my most recent, thing that I've come up with is Reggae Road Trip, which, I would love to talk about really quickly. And so Reggae Road Trip is a concept that I came up with about 6 years ago at the height of COVID. I was sitting in my apartment in New York one day, bored with nothing to do, and just, going over my career with the artists and people in the music industry, because as I said, I'm a sound woman. I've been playing sound since I was I don't even know, since I was 14. And I've developed such a great relationship with a lot of artists. I've been on the radio for many, many years. And so just developed great relationships with a lot of the veteran artists because they are within my wheelhouse. I only play music from the 60s and 70s, and I only play vinyl. And so those are the type of people, big people that I have been working with for many, many years. I've put on many, many shows, had them come to New York, have done shows in Jamaica. And so those are my friends. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes, yes,
And so, hello?
yes,
Are we
I.
still
I'm
here?
hearing you. Yeah, man, we're
Oh,
still
okay, okay.
here.
Yeah, I can't. Okay. So anyway, as I was sitting there saying, well, I like to do things out the box and I like to do things that is not done before. And so I was like, well, what can I do now with these artists that's different, that has never been done before? And I'm telling you, almost magically, Reggae Road Trip popped into my mind. I thought of the life that I live because when I come here to Jamaica, I have a very magical life. I have many, many artist friends and many big people in the music business that love and respect me. And I can just call them on my phone or go to them yard and chill with them and, hang with them. And the
Mm,
average fan of reggae,
would not have that
especially with
opportunity.
they don't have that. Like me can't go backstage. I'm rootsy. Like, bro, you don't know? You know what I'm saying? And so the average fan, especially people that is outside of the Jamaican culture, they don't have that. And they would love to have a little taste of experience. Like, even if we compare it to the American culture, who wouldn't want to spend a day with Beyonce? You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I said, well, I have this great, relationships with these people. I can offer this to people as a package. And so I was, so then it just kind of developed into, the big picture that it is now, where it ended up being Reggae Road Trip is a 5-day reggae adventure curated for reggae music fans from all over the world to connect intimately with reggae legends of the music, reggae music. And so the 5 days includes record shopping,
Yes.
which is not a lost art, because the type of people that's interested in this type of event, they are record collectors. Some of them are sound people themselves, or DJs or selectors.
Right.
And so they love records, and they would be honored to get records from Jamaica, because a lot of people don't think that records is here, but records they are.
Mm.
The next thing that we're going to do is go to all of the great reggae museums.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm sure you know that over the years, it's not only about the Bob Marley Museum. There
Right.
has been many museums that have developed, which is a great thing. You got Bunny Striker Lee, you have Bunny Wheeler, you have Peter Tosh, you have Trenchtown Yard, you have Sugar Miner is about to open a museum. So there's quite a few. Ken Booth has a museum in his house, all type of museum opportunities here, and so we're going to take them to all of those great museums. It's basically a musical journey. Many millions of tourists come to Jamaica every year, and they do the falls, they do the water, they do the jet skiing, they do parties. But this is a strictly a musical mission. We're
Yes.
not going to falls. We're not. If they want to go falls or river, they can do that on the other, on other days outside
Yeah.
of the days of reggae road trip. But this is strictly a musical mission, and so continuing on with the other activities we're going to be doing for the 5 days, which is we're going to definitely take them to all of the great rubber dub slash roots events at night, during the time that they're here.
Yes. Yes.
And then we are going to take them on a reggae celebrity home sightseeing tour, which I'm really excited about, because we're going to drive them around and show them where people like Barrington Levy live, even where Vibes Cartel live, Lady Saw, whoever, where Jimmy Cliff used to live, where Peter Tosh used to live. And so that's going to be really exciting, because, these artists and talents that we have in reggae, they're sprinkled all over this island, just simple so. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Like, I
Mm-hmm.
just found out the other day, I literally live down the block from Vibes Cartel. And at the end of the day, that's not something that you find in other cultures, where you can have such easy access to just stroll past, Michael Jackson's house or whatever. So it's just part of the experience that I'm really excited to offer. We have quite a few people coming to Reggae Road Trip from California,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what their specialty is in California, giving those celebrity home
Trips. Yes.
sightseeing tours. And
Yes.
so I added that into the mix. But the highlight of the 5 days, Nigos, is the meet and greet up with
Yes.
16 reggae legends. And
Yes.
so we have everyone that has booked with us to be able to meet these legends, as well as we are selling tickets locally now. So
Mm.
now anyone, the general public, can actually come to the meet and greet, and they can meet these reggae legends, because we're not only we dealing with artists, we're dealing with reggae sound men, singers, musicians, producers, you name it. The ones that was there from the early period, they will be there. And it's 16 of them. Let's see, Bongo Herman, Fred Locks, I Lawi, Ken Booth, Kiddos I, Horace Andy, Myrna Haig, Tony Gregory, Tommy Cohen, Carlene Davis, Prince Allah, Johnny Clark. I probably left out a few people, but yeah, that's
Legends,
that's the league.
legends, legends,
Yeah,
legends. I
yeah,
mean, all the names you just call is just legends. Plus,
right.
Rootsy will be there. Some of the ones them
Oh,
know come
facts.
true and whole of, you know what I mean? We're celebrating
Yeah,
greatness. Again, just it's an honor having you here on iYard Radio and just listening to just your journey and just where you are now. And the
thank
offerings,
you.
you know what I mean? We want to just for you
Yeah,
to acknowledge some of your partners, some of the individuals who you have worked with, because we know say, oh yeah, although they are in a mind and you have worked on yourself, you have also worked on various relationships with individual work relationship that has afforded you to be able to do this. So just to mention some
yeah,
of your
facts.
sponsors and individuals who have, strengthened your journey also. and even for this event that you're about to host?
Oh, definitely. Well, I would definitely give it up to the artists, first of all the talents, because they've been so extremely supportive and so excited about this. So that's a strength within itself. But definitely, I want to big up B dispensary in New York that kind of gave us our first sponsorship donation to help us keep vinyl parties with our legends in New York to kind of gain some traction for Reggae Road Trip and things like that. And I definitely want to big up Evacuate Punks that has been doing great promotion for us in California on the radio and on Boots on the Ground. And my big up my big sister Sandra Rose from Buyaka, the only online reggae museum in the world. And she's been a pillar with helping me do so many things. And let's see, who else? Who else? Oh, I have my flyer right here. And most excitingly, and then of course my company, Veggie Grub. Most excitingly, we just signed the Ministry of Culture just signed on with us just a few days ago. So I'm looking forward to developing that relationship. And we even have the tourist board very excited about Reggae Road Trip. So we do have some relationships that are newly developing, as in with the last few days. So people stay tuned to see what their contributions will be. And of course, big up Reggae Festival Guide, one of the most influential reggae festival magazines all over the world, and they've been very pivotal with helping us gain clientele and everything. So yeah, that's definitely some of the sponsors that we've been working with that has assisted us.
Well, I love what you just said a little while ago. Stay tuned because there will be more information. So,
Oh
are we
yeah.
saying that next week Saturday we can just touch base with you again just to get a update as to anything new and you know what I mean? Get the thing
Oh,
up
fact.
and running.
Yeah. Oh, True Design Print, like they're located at Clock Tower Plaza in Halfway Tree. Like
Yes.
we print all of our things here. I mean, and I've been spending a lot of money with them, but they give us some great discounts and put us on to some really great stuff. And their work is impeccable. A lot of people think my printed materials come from foreign because it looks so quality. I'm like, no, I printed this right here in Jamaica, bro. And
Uh, yeah, we love
yeah,
that. We
so
love that. And
yeah,
again, it just
yeah,
shows how you have invested into the country in terms of even economic strength. So, you know what I mean?
yeah.
We're looking at this on many different levels. The ones them on the YouTube platform here just get a message from Ganja Farmer 1572 says big up
Uh-huh.
Rootsy. See what I say? So
Okay, big
yes.
up, big thanks.
See, we want really say to the ones them tuned in on the YouTube platform here, you can use the chat just to show your appreciate love, you know what I mean? To our
Definitely.
guests here, and we'll definitely highlight it on screen. Sis, it's an honor having you here. We want to give thanks
Thank
to
you.
your capacity to see the need of our people, especially as it pertains to our curating our culture, and to offering that
Yes.
to the diaspora at large. It's an honor and
No,
privilege.
definitely
Yes,
give
I.
thanks. I appreciate the appreciate loveness because I recently, returned. Well, I wasn't born here, but I live in Jamaica now.
Mm-hmm.
I've been coming back and forth here for about 26 years. And I've lived here twice, but it only lasted maybe a year each time. And I got what I call the Jamaica slap way. Because Jamaica slapped me right back to America because it takes a while to get to know how to navigate in this place and the money and everything. And I got the slap way so many times and the two times. But I've
It ain't
been I've
easy.
been a I've been a good student these last 26 years and I definitely got it down now. So I'm just happy to be here and acclimating myself into the culture and, going to make my parents and my great grandparents and all my predecessors very proud because I come from a very poor family. I mean, I come from a rich family.
Yes,
And
I.
my family in America, though my family in America that are Jamaican, most of them Jamaican and the offspring of them no business with them place here. So me are the oldest soldier in the whole of my family from mother and father side. That business.
Wow.
Not even my sisters that were born here.
Them no business
They
boy, yeah.
don't business. They don't business. Only me and my youth them, because my youths grew up here as well. They've gone to school here the times we've lived here, and they've been coming
Yes.
back and forth with me all the years. And it's just me and my youth them, and so I'm the only thing that's keeping the Jamaican culture alive in my family. So it's a serious,
Mm-hmm.
serious mission for me.
Yes,
Serious
I.
mission.
Yes, I will give thanks. We give thanks. And of course, look forward to more information, just working with DI to, achieve your aims and objective in this time. Give
Give thanks.
thanks, Isis.
Definitely.
Isis, man.
Definitely. I would love for you to be able to give away some tickets to the meet and greet.
Hmm.
So if you have anybody, however you want to do it, but I'm just putting it out there that I'm going to be blessing iYard Radio with some complimentary tickets to enter into the meet and greet slash symposium slash big show on April 26th. That's going to be happening at Alpha, the Reggae Road Trip Big Show with all those artists that I just mentioned, plus many, many more. We actually have
Yeah,
a
man.
surprise artist that's going to be coming, somebody that's a little bit younger that you all know, but I just have to confirm things up later. But yeah, so I want to definitely give you some tickets, and invite me anytime to return, because there is so much to find out about Rootsy. Y'all going to be seeing my name in lights up in this piece,
Yes,
because
I.
I have returned home. I have returned home to, I can't even talk to women one time coming on Cross Party Radio. But I'm telling you right now, I was born for what I'm about to do right now with this island. Like,
Yes,
I'm
I.
so serious. Like, I can't wait.
Yeah, man. I would the bread cat do them, eh?
Exactly, exactly.
Hey,
Like, it's
love.
about to go down, as we would say in New York. It's about to go down. It's
Da-
not a game, bro. It's
exactly.
not a game.
Love and
Yeah.
honor, honorable. Love and
Yes,
honor.
I.
Love and honor.
All
Yeah, give
right.
thanks.
Yes. All right, my brother. Thank you for having me. And I guess maybe next Saturday. But give thanks to all the listeners and big up yourself if you deal with positive works. And just never, ever, ever give up. And don't ever let anybody tell you anything other than what you know you're doing is right. Because positive works always win every single time. Even if it don't win at the time, it eventually pays off.
Yes, I. The Adrian Roots man chin. So much respect to Sister Rootsy. You're
Oh,
doing great
okay.
work with the foundational reggae artists. Yeah. So
Yes, yes, yes.
yeah, man.
Big up Chin from New York. Yes, bless,
Yes,
bless,
I.
bless. All
Would
right,
us
my brother. Give
would
thanks.
Isis
Rasta
I.
love.
Trod safe
All
sis.
right, blessings.
Isis.
Yes, I.
This
Okay.
is iYard Radio, the online community radio broadcasting out of Kingston, Jamaica. The program is iYard Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean and diaspora at large. The time now is a couple minutes to 5, people. We're in about the 7 minutes to 5. And we'll move from one empress to another. We're talking about Miss Mona out of the best link radio out of the UK. The segment is called What's Live. This is where we speak to all the live events that's being held in Jamaica. You know what I mean? Those things where you don't know are go on. So we connect again. This is a partnered, sponsored segment. And therefore, this segment, What's Live, is brought to you by thebestlinkradio.com. Miss Mona, how are you?
Greetings, salutations. I am well. Thank you ever so much.
Hmm.
Blessed and highly favored. Happy Sabbath, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Salam to one and all across the world, wherever you are. There's not a lot today,
Hmm.
but I do want to start it off on a universally good note
Yes.
that the first country in the Americas and the second globally to eliminate leprosy was Chile. So we are one step away from using natural remedies to get rid of artificial diseases. So Chile is the first country in the whole Americas that include North America, South America, Central America. But though people think about America, that's USA, 'cause, people think that America does. When they hear Americas or America, they automatically think of the United States. They don't think that America already exists. So they have that. So that's a good news for everybody. I just want to point that out for you guys. All right. So for those who are on the more liberation, repatriation segment of the world, tomorrow, well, the 13th of April at 11 a.m. at South Camp Road, there, the JDF, there is going to be a kind of a civil talk, civil walk for those seeking liberation and repatriation. So for those who are interested and that is their cup of tea, that is on the starts at 11 a.m., 13th of October, down at South Camp, JDF Rear Admiral Office. So check that out. Also, for those who are in the St. Thomas area, there is a cross country that is going on right now today down in Morant Bay. That's RJR, and in that they have health fairs, little sponsorship, little freebies, giveaways, stuff like that. So for those who are in the St. Thomas area, specifically the Morant Bay area, check out the Rudolph Elders Park, which is the main park there. There's Special Restoration Day. As I think you know about this one, because I think it's on April 12th from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the Pit 4 Nyabingi Center. So bring your cutlass, your machete, flowers, barbed wire, wheelbarrow, whatever it is that you can to come plant and restore. And that's down at the Pit 4. Next week, Saturday, we have Ayata Evolution in St. Thomas at Rivermead Castle. Ayata Revolution, which is the power of the feminine, is in correlation with RAF. For those who don't know, RAF is part of Sabakan. They're like, oh yes, Sabakan from House of Dread. Yes, that's the same one. We have performance by Marcia Griffith, Space Cat, for those who know the young sister. We got Rima. We have Miriam Simone, Birdseye, for all those who know Kingston Night Market Birdseye. She will be there also checking in out. We got the Mystic Singers. Your girl Aisha Bell will be there, Peter. So check that out. Kimiko, so Judgment Yard, Augustone, Kimiko will be also there. Savannah, Aration, right there, Miriam Simone, the Rhythm Life Band. Now the MC would be Isis Miller. People are like, yeah, Isis Miller, yeah, the Isis Miller will be the MC. It is VIP $6,000, $3,000 pre-sold, and $4,000 at the gate. You can get your tickets from EB Lion, aka Reggie Wheels and Wheels. AKA, if you can't get him, you can always catch him on Fridays at Best FM. You can get your tickets from there. You can go to Sweet Life to get your ticket. Supply Inc. to get your ticket. You can always go to House of Dread and Country Farm Yard to get your tickets for this event. Now, for those who, Bad Friday was last week, so there is a tourism segment. I need you guys to go to Jabem. Jabem is having a displacement tourist profit organization from the 11th to the 13th. So this weekend, land taken for resource trust and community evicted. So for those who want to be a part of that, check out Jabem, Jabbm, and you'll be able to find out more. I do want to let the young persons know that if you're between the ages of 18 and 35, there is a forklift operator training, and it's free. Yes, you heard me right. It is free. So they're looking for 50 young people to train between the ages of 18 to 35. Lunch is provided. It is at We Are YPAC. So if you Instagram We Are YPAC, 412-6407, 412-6407. So for all the young ones, employment, 1835, check that out, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you do have pitney, I say, yo, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you can do it within the school term of your kids. Those also know 420 is coming up, aka International Herb Day, aka International Get High Day, aka for those who are in the UK, know it's the only day that you can be sitting in Hyde Park or sitting in Ellison Park or sitting in Cannondale Park and be smoking a spliff and the police pay you no mind. So outside of that, for the UK, for those, Universal 420, for those who've never been to the UK or in the UK, remember Cannondale Park in Birmingham, Hyde Park in London, and in Manchester Park, Leeds Park, International 420 link up Herb Day, the only day, it's illegal, aka decriminalized, but it's the only day you won't get away with it. In instance for Jamaica, there is a sound clash between Bushman and Sound Trooper, aka Ricky Trooper, at Sado's Ethiopian, that's down there in Negro. So that's Sado's Ethiopian restaurant bar down at the Bamboo Walk area. If you don't know what I just said, just ask people for the Ethiopian restaurant and bar. And that's where it will be like a sound clash between Bushman and Sound Trooper. So that sounds like madness right there. Tickets are 3,500, 5,000 at the gate. So I just want you guys to check that out. And finally, there is a thing called Reggae Road Trip. It's a 5 days reggae adventure starting on April 23rd to April 27th. I want to give you guys a heads up now so you can save up the money, pack up on the things, all these good things. It's in Kingston, Jamaica. So it's a regular travel experience, rhythm and culture. So there'll be nightlife, vinyl record hunting, so like a little game trip. Let me get there's vinyls at Supply Inc. down at Dubwise Cafe, and there's vinyls down at Orange Street. So shh. For when the vinyl hunt record part kick in, you're gonna have still have home hunts, see sightseeing. So for those who like, I'll probably get to see Barry Hammond's house, Bushman House, maybe even get your ass to St. Thomas. Because for those who know, Jabooks have a restaurant and a little B&B in Calcutta, Angola in Opere. So you never know. And then there's a meet and greet of super reggae icons. So that is Reggae Road Trip. Google that, reggaeroadtrip.com, Instagram Reggae Road Trip. 5 days, April 23rd, April 27th. And that is it for this episode of What You Doing.
Yes, I. The program is Ayad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean. The segment we just had is the best link radio.com. What's live? Where we're looking at those events, those features that, you know what I mean? It's for us, the people who are alive, who can go, can get in full joy themselves, can get, you know what I mean, empowered by them. It's very interesting. We just had Rootsy on our Her Story segment. And, you know what I mean, ironically, you introduced me to Rootsy. You know what I mean? We just want to say, give thanks again. And it just shows that you are really the best link radio out, man. People don't overstand that, you know. It's not just the name, but it's also in action. See, so we want to give thanks again, Miss Mona, for joining us this strong on Ayad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean. Give thanks.
Ethan, thanks for having me. Have a good one, yeah.
Yes, I. We love how the thing flow, you know. We love how the thing flow, and we want to give thanks to all the ones who contribute. This is really a simulcast, people. It's like if you find that there's somebody doing good work, why wouldn't you amplify it? Why would you try to like, nah. We want to big up all Rastafari, all conscious as we sometimes label it, all the ones who are in media who are doing positive things out there. And I'm saying Rastafari TV, I Never Knew TV, uh, IRI FM, the best FM, Ibi Lion, yeah, one love. That's what's live, people. And the segment is brought to you by the Best Link Radio out of the UK. We move into our next segment, which is a featured segment by the Dark Foundation. Yeah, man, dark with dark. And when we speak of the Dark Foundation, we talk about the Diaspora African Rastafari Congress. Yeah, recently so many great individuals are being celebrated. We had the celebration for Count Ozzy, which was a great celebration, I must say. We had the Bunny Wailer, pardon me, celebration. And you know what I mean? It was great first night. We started Thursday with the symposium. Yeah, give thanks. And we had first night Rootsman Skanking. However, in our celebrating one of the greats, One of the greats who actually was requested by His Majesty on his visit to Jamaica. We're talking about Count Ozzy. The Dark Foundation, along with the family members of Count Ozzy, had his centennial. And there were tributes that were sent in by various artists worldwide, by various individuals worldwide, that was not able to be amplified at the event. Dark Foundation has requested Yaad Radio to carry forward that mandate to share this recording on air, live, uncensored, unfiltered, undiluted, but also to inform individuals that you can, at any time, go to Dark TV on YouTube and look for the Count Ozzy tribute and watch it as many times as you would like. However, today, now, we present to you live the Count Ozzy tribute here on Yaad Live. Give thanks.
Events of the day become history of tomorrow. Hence, a nation without the knowledge of its past history is like a tree without roots.
Greetings, everyone. This is Steel Pulse, and we're here celebrating the lifetime achievement of Count Ozzy, as we bear witness to the 100th anniversary since his birth. Today, March 26, 2026. His mission was to champ down Babylon. But it's ironic that he was born the same year as the representation of the same Babylon he was chanting down. A representation of post-slavery, colonialism, all the suppressions that we've been subjected to as a people. This person is better known as Queen Elizabeth II. Yeah, but make no mistake, it would be a surprise to me that MI5 or the British Counterintelligence had Count Ozzy along with Burning Spear listed for insurrection. Because out of the Groundation album came the birth of Rastafari throughout the black communities in Britain. Bless up. Come on now. Oh, Carolina, honey, darling. Come back and make things right. Oh, Carolina, honey, darling. Come back and make things right. Oh, Carolina, honey, darling. Come back and make things right. It was about 8 years ago that I made my first and only visit to Rockfort under the invitation of Sam Clayton Jr. As a matter of fact, I was actually attending the funeral of Sam Clayton Sr., who, by the way, I'd had no knowledge that he was the voice behind the energy of the Groundation album. An energy that resonated in our hearts, in our minds, in our psyche about slavery, colonialism, and all the trappings that suppressed us as a people. I got lucky too. I got a chance to meet Count Ozzy's son. I feel blessed for that. And to the rest of the family out there, I can say is one big up for a man that has made such an impact on our lives. And we must do one more thing with this situation. Let's try and make Count Ozzy a national hero. Boom!
Everybody, this is Shaggy. I'm here with Sting. And we just want to say happy 100 to Count Ozzy. Of course, Count Ozzy was very instrumental to the culture of Rastafarian music. Was actually one of the early architects of Oh Carolina, which is a song that I had covered and was my first big international song. We just would like to say much respect. You're Naibingi drummer and an icon in the game. He has actually shaped just the culture of reggae music, you know, through the ska era all the way up until now. We just want to celebrate him. Much respect. 100 years, Count Ozzy.
Happy birthday, Count.
Happy birthday, Count. Bless up.
Me ready. Steady me, steady me, steady me, steady me, steady me, steady me, steady. Go there, natty jetty. Easy Count Ozzy, what a nice melody. Mother Culture, Sister Carol, the original Roots daughter, sending a special earth-strong blessing to Brother Count Ozzy on his 100th birthday. What a blessing. What a mighty blessing. And a special milestone to accomplish within this time. Yes, Brother Count Ozzy, we give thanks and we appreciate love rather, all that you have done and still doing. Your contribution to humanity is immeasurable. And for that alone, we give thanks, my brother. One perfect love.
Greetings, this is Empress Aishel here from the Dark Foundation, and I'd like to thank Count Ozzy for being a pioneer in Rastafari and for leading the way and guiding I to the light. Happy Earth Light, happy Centennial, love in the house. This one's for you. thank you for all that you do. Rastafari, I tell you love. Give thanks.
Forevermore, forevermore. Count as the name shall chant forevermore. Count as the centennial, Count as the centennial. Make them know Count Azzy is an original black immortal. Count as the centennial, Count as the centennial. Make them know Count Azzy is an original black immortal. Not an extraterrestrial or supernatural, but a human being manifest up in the physical, multidimensional, just an ordinary Rasta man. But when it comes to beat drum and get musical, Count Azzy a sample. One away, unique, something special, exceptional. In take the drum which is elemental, fundamental, emotional and sacramental. Often used communal, to balance one's mental, physical, psychological, spiritual. Take it from Warwicker Hills to the studio technical. Is that McNair being the drumming elevate? From local to national, from national to international, from international to global. You know, see Naya being the gone universal, natural. Some say it would get too commercial, but Count Azzy and the mystic revelation of Rastafari chart down Babylon intentional and no partial. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. Count Azzy centennial, Count Azzy centennial. Make them know Count Azzy is an original black immortal. Count Azzy centennial, Count Azzy centennial. Make them know Count Azzy is an original black immortal. Listen, 100 years make a century, and the hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory. This could have been a film or a documentary, and be written as a book in the annals of history. Count Azzy's purpose, forward and do the works that was necessary to fulfill his destiny. The works him do leave a ever-living legacy over the whole wide world, you know, not just amongst the singers and players of instruments and the whole musical fraternity. Count Azzy overall message, peace, love and unity. No one forevermore until the end of eternity. Count Azzy big in a Rastafari and Jamaican history. I play at the visit of his imperial majesty, power of the Trinity, at King's House, Kingston, Jamaica, 1966. In the presence of royalty, it's only a chosen few get that opportunity. That are the reality, that are the reality. Count Azzy centennial, Count Azzy centennial. Make them know Count Azzy is an original black immortal. Count Azzy centennial, Count Azzy centennial. Make them know Count Azzy is an original black immortal. Oh, Carolina was the icebreaker. It's like a musical hurricane, lick Jamaica, and it traveled the whole world over. Grow nation, and it set the foundation for the Rastafari global musical revolution that forward and shook Babylon. Drumming and instrumentation and cultural, historical, and Rastafari reasoning for one's edification. What a innovation, what a revelation. And if I were to speak of tears of Mozambique, this rhyme would have never end, my friend. It make one stronger strong, and Babylon weep and weak. Uplift a one's iris and make a one truth seek. Count Azzy make enough one's chant, enough drum beat. Mission accomplished and complete. You know see it. Count Azzy centennial, Count Azzy centennial. Make them know Count Azzy is an original black immortal.
Yes, Count Azzy to me was a very great, lover of people. And he also added a great community works that he did in Warwicker amongst the community and the people, bringing them, more to understand about Africa and in general what everything is all about. How you supposed to work together and understand where you come from. In general, when I met Count Ozzy, you know, we had a camp in Kingston where we played the Nyabingi at slow beat with, you know, Mortimer plan, and that you call it in you know, in Dunghill and Bakawa. So in saying that, to say this, that we, you know, me and some of my virgins at times also ride our bicycles. In no time, the bicycle was the key. You know, when you have a bicycle, it's like you have one of your guys' big cars out there. You know, like Jaguar, so, but it was, you know, so in driving, in riding, going up there, the hill is very steep. So sometimes when we reach certain part, you have to come off and push it, so you must know. But, and, you know, we learn and, you know, certain things, the Borough beat, and, you know, which is something like...
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the Borough beat versus Nyabingi. What is that?
Yes, the Borough beat is something like...
So it has to do with speed?
Yes, a much more, you know, like a Borough guy. Oh, yeah! And Nyabingi, you know, is...
slower.
I call that the heartbeat, you know? Well, it's not to say the Borough ain't the heartbeat, but your heart can beat
faster.
Faster. Nyabingi, you know, is a guy who put you for really going, you know, heavens also. But you have a, you know, it's a more meditative. You know, and also spiritual in many ways. But in so doing, you know, Count Ozzy and we and him and Mortimer Planner, you know, God rest Mortimer soul also in heaven with the Father, we pray, you know, because in those days love was more like a genuine thing with brothers and brothers. You know, if a brother is not understandable with another brother, you can have a forum or get together and reason out all those things. It wasn't like a, you know, like I said now,
division.
That great division, and people don't know what they are dividing about. And, you know, me just, you know, especially some, you know, get too materialistic in certain things also. So the material becomes like a governorship for certain vibes. It's not like that. Nowadays it was love. What a person have, you share it. You share from their heart. You know, whether musical or good vibes, you know, that was it. So I remember the last time when we met, I saw that Count Ozzy, he had one side, I think it was on the left side, yeah, the side where I'm driving. But it was,
it needed to fix.
Yes, it needed to be fixed. Like it meant something went on.
With the door.
With the door. So I said to him, say, because I think we were down at near Randy's shop at that time. You know, and say, yes, Ras, yeah, I go get it fixed, man. Because it is very important. So after that, I remember 1976, you know, when we played at the Carry Festival, you call it CARICOM, where all, you know, the drummers from different areas and things. And I think the organizer and leader of such was Mr. Whitcliffe Bennett at that time. And you know, it was such an occasion. People from all about and different parts of the Caribbean came. Because the first one, I think it started in Guyana.
Guyana, yeah.
Yes, and you know, and then after that, 4 years
Jamaica.
after we had our first one, which is the second Carib Festival. It would have been.
So Russ Michael.
In Jamaica.
So Russ Michael, you performed in Carib Festa that year, 1976, and also Count Ozzy performed Carib Festa that year.
Yeah, because we perform also. And Count Ozzy, as I tell you, you know, great vibes, great friends.
And that's the same year he passed away. How long ago?
It comes to me like, it was like April we performed, and it was May, June, July, August.
Like around 3 months, 4 months after?
Possibly around 3 to 4 months after. We were so shocked when we heard the Count Ozzy died. We said, what? Everyone, all who knew Count Ozzy was a brother of love and togetherness. Humble, you know, but strong. You know? And when we hear, man, I was so moved and shocked, you know, that...
You're broken down, your tears.
Yeah, tears come down my eyes, man. You know, because those days were the days of love, harmony, real love.
Brotherly love.
Brotherly. You know, a man will ride for miles just to come look for his brother. Miles.
And his bicycle.
Yes.
Which is his BMW.
Yes, that was our BMW, and what we call it? Magic.
Mercedes Benz and Lamborghini.
You know, and have all of like some magic touches, you know. But the love was so real. It was real. You know, no, nothing couldn't move that love. And then when we're here, man, we were so sad. Crying time, mourning time. For Father tell you, time for everything under the sun. So it was that time, you know, and so his works continue on, and it need to be continued on, and that is why
you have this celebration.
We have this celebration and commemoration for us. And that is why I also play so many different styles. You know, both the buru, the faster one. You know, it's fast. You know, and the Nabingi, as I tell you, is a heartbeat. As you heard Papa say, listen to the one drop, you know, for we get time to rap. No, it's like the love is not a gamble nor a tie. Love is something, a feeling that you enjoy. Brotherly and sisterly love. It's real because God is the first lover, and He loves us all, irrespective of color. And in His love is no color, class, or creed. For He is the universal God. You understand? And that is where we put out to everyone God is creator and maker of the universe and everything thereof. So my brothers and sisters, let us remember and commemorate in genuinity the fullness of our brother, who although he is past, his spirit and his works is still here. God bless you. So there, I'm going to play one of my songs. This is one of the songs. We have, you know, land where all gods want to be, Ethiopia. So remember, the vibes of Countess was always Ethiopia, back to Africa. So let's go. And all the brethren who stood for Ethiopia and love, are genuine people. There's nothing that separates us. Nothing at all. You see, when we say we love and love God and read our Bible, we find ourselves, when we get to the understanding that we are one, we love. Love is real. God love is real. So my brethren, one God for us all. God bless. And remember, Countess. As you know, and as Michael said, love is real. You can't fake love. Love is real. Children, HeartiKal from over a distance.
Greetings. My name is Chin from Soundchat Radio, and I'm honored to be included in this gathering. 100 years ago, an ancient was born, a man who dedicated his life to Rastafari, a man who gave us timeless music, a man who carried the torch, the early torch, for the community of Rastafari at a time when being a Rastaman wasn't as easy as it is now. You see, we as modern day Rastas, we don't understand the struggle and the fight. We hear about it. We try to understand it, but we never live it. People like Count Ozzy, they live that struggle. They paved the way for I and I to be able to walk proudly, for I and I to be able to walk freely, for I and I to be able to just be comfortable. So when we look 100 years back and we look at the birth of a man like Count Ozzy, and we pick a day like today to celebrate, it is well warranted. The music, the legacy, the life, the commitment to Rastafari. You have to look at Count Ozzy and his life and salute him. Because without him and people like him, things could be a lot harder for I and I as Rasta. Let's be honest with ourselves. So I wish in the eye them a really good celebration. And of course, the objective is always to keep Count Ozzy alive in spirit, in truth, and in music. Give thanks for the gathering.
Indeed, it's an honor to pay ices and tribute to Count Ozzy. Time has come to remember Count Ozzy. Far too often, the conversation on independence is limited to the activities of the Bustamantes and the Manleys. However, Count Ozzy is very much and should be regarded and celebrated as a key figure of independence. Much as he does not fit into the traditional frame, right, how independence tends to be framed in Jamaica. When we consider the meaning of the term independence, right, and we assess Count Ozzy's work in line with that definition, it's very much evident that Count Ozzy's work that he started in the 1950s was devoted to a full liberation of the African mind. On one hand, right, in a different part of the world, you have, Frantz Fanon, writing Black Skin, White Mask at an earlier time. You had W.E.B. Du Bois writing and conceptualizing the double consciousness. However, here in Jamaica, Count Ozzy did not simply create theories. He actually created a solution, right? A formula to help persons of African descent free themselves from colonial thinking, right? A colonial, framework. And I think that in order for us to truly talk about independence, it has to center on the decolonization of the person, right? The whole person, the way in which we conceptualize and view ourselves. And hence, Count Ozzy works, right? His focus, right, on the freeing of the mind, right? Not just gaining symbols, right? A flag, a national anthem, but his focus on freeing the mind is something that we have to celebrate when we think about, Count Ozzy, right? Beyond his contributions to musical genre. I think what he stands for within the broader scope of independence is the articulation of a consciousness, a new consciousness that is separate and apart from Europe, Great Britain in particular. Thank you.
Greetings, blessed love family. I want to give thanks and praise for the legacy of Count Ozzy on this, the 100th anniversary centenary celebration. I want to give thanks for the family carrying forward the legacy. Glory be. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, blessed love.
Drums is the first sounding instrument next to man. It's part of our ancestors' tradition. The repeater scatter, the funde flatter, and the bass drum batter. I am Bongo Herman, master drummer, singer, percussion player from the days of ska, rock steady, reggae, and I'm here.
Foundation, Southeast Region, saying a happy earth light to the one and only Count Ozzy from the Mystic Revelation of Rastafari. You're a musical genius, an icon, a legend, a chief musician. And as it says, that the singers and the players of instruments shall be there. And brethren, you are lead the way, you are there. Give thanks for your contribution musically, historically, culturally, foundationally. We do give thanks. And also for the part that you have blazed and the trail that you have laid for the young generation and the young youths coming up, that they can have something to follow. We know that you have changed the musical landscape from ska to what we call today reggae, and your contribution as far as conscious reggae music and conscious music is concerned. You have added, the Rastafari drum section to contemporary music, which everyone now start to follow. And you are the trailblazer, you are that icon, you are that legend. We do give thanks, brethren, from the early start to the days of Count Ozzy and the Warriors to Count Ozzy and the Mystic Revelation of Rastafari. You are there. So Fakir Ina Salam, peace and love, light and blessing. Give thanks, brethren, Rastafari forever.
What a great day that will be when Africans get free. Yes, I love Rastafari, love to the ancestors, giving thanks and praise for the one Count Ozzy. Yes, I, cultural engineer, cultural pioneer, Nyabingi drummer, giving thanks and praise from the African Healing Circle, Mount Vernon, New York. Yes, I. Amaleka Jaliha, Jaliha, Amaleka Jaliha.
Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. To the whole of Jamaica in particular and the whole wide world. This is Ras Alric Denham, otherwise known as Wolde Emmanuel and musically Ras Wariko. I am honored to be able to express a few words concerning the 100th anniversary of the great Count Ozzy and the mystic revelation of Rastafari. It so happened that myself and Fred Locks occupied a theater named Harambe Theater, and Mackie Burnett consulted us if we could have the launching of Count Ozzy album out there, and we accepted the request. And we had that place prepared, and it was a tremendous, my memory of it is it's been one of the landmarks of my musical experience, because then that's where I met Joe Higgs and Rita Marley and Bob Andy, and it was a lovely occasion out at 7 Miles Bull Bay. And so I want to just remind Adam that it was Count Ozzy who provided the music in terms of drumming and chant at the King's House when His Majesty came to Jamaica in 1966. And it was Cedric Brooks and Joe Ruglas and Nimba, and these are the persons who came together and put together the mystic revelation of Rastafari. And it was really something to go up Renaclad. After that, hearing all the great jazz musicians like Ronan Alfonso and you know, all the great handsmen, they used to come up there on a weekend, Sunday especially. I represent the East, in terms of, the East produce the saxophone man them, like, Sins and Step That Road had 3 saxophone man on there. You had Eric Deans, you had, Dan Drummond came from the East too. Count Ozzy is the man who really came on with a certain style of Nyabingi drumming. And yeah man, we want the world to know say Count Ozzy play a great role in terms of life and lifestyle in Jamaica. Give thanks.
Greetings, Rastafari, love and blessings to the family worldwide. This is Michael Dan, and our trip greetings to Count Ozzy's 100th birthday. And I would say, without a doubt, growing up as a youth in Jamaica, the music has inspired me and still instilled in me a certain level of early consciousness. Just like how we have the food for the body, and music is the food for the soul. So this album, and the early release of Carolina, with the feel and the drumming and the dancing and the festivity, was inspiration to me as a youth, coming up. So I want to give blessings, greetings to Count Ozzy, 100 years. Blessed, give thanks.
Here in a cellar, love and peace is the coercive force that binds us, that makes us so strong. Big up to the great Rastafari nation and maximum respect to Count Ozzy for being a trailblazer, for being the one who introduced the Nyabingi drumming to humanity via the song of Carolina, and continue to heal the great nation today as we commemorate his centenary. 100 years and counting. Respect in all aspects.
This is the group for the Rastafarian in Tanzania, and we're here today with a group organization from Taramo. We are here with RIUF, and the rest is spiritual. So we are representing here today to honoring the Kose for his work of being in Jamaica. So Jah live forever.
Rastafari. I'm Ras Mabondo Makonen, chairperson of the Rastafari United Front, RUF. We honor Count Ozzy for his coronation on the 26th of this month, and we hail that his work continue through I&I. Rastafari, Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari. I'm Ankura Rajab Beo, priest from the Rastafari Spiritual Tabernacle. We hail everything for our elders to give you honor, peace, and for live and ever. Rastafari.
Rastafari. Selassie. Rashua, member of Taramo. Isaiah. Love and respect, Rasmambo, Chairman Taramo. We give thanks today. We are here to make a salute for our elders, 26th of this month. So we are together. More power.
Thanks, Askedo, member of Taramo. I give thanks for everything. So give thanks for life, and I give thanks for God, for Rastafari elders, my being to live with respect for I Rastafari.
Yes, I, Rastafari, Raskimaro, the Chief Secretary of Taramo, and I will give thanks for each and everything. We give thanks for the life. Rasta, live Ilele.
Rastafari.
I, Mr. Lassie, I.
On 26th of this March, we honor you, our legends, and we love you all along from Tanzania. God bless.
Rastafari. Respect to our elder, OC. Rastafari.
Rising power, Count OC.
Okay. Cool. Yes, greetings from the races from Japan. The brace of the man called Bagasola and Augusta Salo and Count Ossie. So that I inspiration long time. So long as the greeting to our wide world. In the name of Jah Rastafari. Selassie.
Greetings. I'm Junior Wedderburn. So Oswald Williams, Count Ozzy. Count Ozzy really taught us that the drum was more than just an instrument. It is our faith, our music, it's our livity. Yes, I think Count Ozzy did the most in diffusing the stigma that was attached to our drumming traditions, you know, by the colonial mindset, of course. Yeah, Count Ozzy allowed me as a young man to declare to my family and my community that I am a drummer. Not only that I was a drummer, but I was a Rastafarian drummer. So we recognize and celebrate Count Ozzy for the undeniable contributions that he has made to this movement of Rastafari and reggae music. Give thanks.
Yeah, greetings to each and everyone. I'm Sidney Salmon, chairman of the Jamaica Rastafarian Development Community in Shashamane. We give thanks for life, we give thanks for sound, we give thanks for the sacred drum that calls us into remembrance and purpose. In this spirit, we honor Count Ozzy, the master Nyabingi drummer whose hands carried the heartbeat of Africa through the Kete, Funde, and Repeater, into the hills of Jamaica, into the studios of Kingston, and into the consciousness of the world. This centennial is not simply an act of remembrance. It is a groundation, a living convergence of past, present, and future. It's an activation of continuity. From Warwicker Hills to the emergence of Jamaican's recording industry, Count Ozzy established the rhythmic and spiritual foundation upon which reggae and Rastafari musical expression would stand. That foundation now evolves through the observance of Rastafari Month, April, a sacred institutional calendar rooted in the 1966 groundation of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I in Jamaica. Rastafari Month represents a modern expression of the same vibration Count Azzy revealed, a structured platform through which Rastafari identity, culture, and intellectual contributions are preserved, expressed, and advanced on a global stage. This moment reflects a living continuum of leadership. As chairman of the Jamaica Rastafarian Development Community in Shashamane, the JRDC, I stand within a framework grounded in community, livity, and cultural stewardship. We also honor the Honorable Bonnie Wheeler, who served as honorary chairman of Edu-tain, bringing his authority, vision, and life's work into the international dimension of Rastafari development. Together, these roles reflect a unified structure. JRDC as a community anchor, Edu-tain as a global institutional framework. This dual alignment expresses the maturation of Rastafari from spiritual movement to structured governance. The Edu-tain JRDC Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, formalizes this unity. It affirms that Rastafari knowledge systems, cultural expressions, and intellectual property must be protected, governed, and sustained. Within this framework, the Rastafari Music Trust emerges as a key institutional instrument designed to secure the works and legacy of pioneers such as Count Azzy and the Wailers, while ensuring equitable stewardship for future generations. This continuum is further advanced through the work of Maxine Stowe, who has curated and executive produced the Wailers 50 platform. Wailers 50 stands as a cultural and intellectual framework, a songbook, a lineage, and a restoration of narrative integrity. It situates the work of the Wailers within the same continuum initiated by Count Azzy, affirming that this music is not static history, but a living and evolving cultural system. Through my work with Imperial Majestic Band and the Andromeda Project and my brand new album, we engage the next phase of this evolution. Andromeda represents the expansion of Rastafari sound from Nyabinghi Foundation to orchestral and cosmic interpretation, affirming the universal dimension of this tradition. This trajectory aligns with the road to 2030, making 100 years of Rastafari consciousness as a global, cultural, spiritual, and intellectual force. With this continuum, Count Azzy stands as the foundation. Bonnie Wheeler represents the spiritual and institutional bridge. JRDC anchors the community. Edu-tain advances the global framework. Rastafari Months provides a unifying platform. We therefore do not gather merely to honor the past. We gather to activate the future. From groundation to institution, from institution to expansion, from Kingston to Ethiopia, from sound to structure, from heritage to sovereignty. This is one movement, one sound, one destiny. One love, brothers and sisters. Long live the spirit of the Honorable Count Azzy. I'm Jasid Sidney Saman, Chairman of the Jamaica Rastafarian Development Community. Give thanks, Selassie.
Mr. Mwap know who we and who give the authority, because like ancient scribes and prophets we come and we use the drum and the poetry like the legendary Count Azzy. A long time then man they tell we send me go sir. This is that. Foundation, roots, Rastafari food to that. The problems we face today are without precedent. They have no counterpart within the human experience.
Men have been searching the pages of history for generation after generation, trying to find a solution, but have yet to come to a conclusion. So what then is our ultimate challenge? Where are we to look for our survival to escape this deadly pilgrimage? Where can we seek for answers to questions that have never been asked? To whom do we turn to lead us out of this darkness? First, we must look to the Most High God, Jah Almighty, who have raised us above the animals and have endowed us with intelligence and reason and ability. Yes.
Greetings, Rastafari, blessings and love to the global family and to Dark and the wonderful people there. I am Sheba Levi Stewart. I'm a legal activist living in UK, and I am a music lover, especially roots reggae music. And so the album Groundation by Count Ozzy and the Mystic Revelation of Rastafari, I found very inspirational growing up. It's been one of the influences of my life, and the message that it brought, I appreciate, love, and acknowledge what it did for our people at the time. We were still coming out of the plantation trauma and didn't quite have balance and know who we were, a lot of us. And so this was an album that inspired, this was an album that taught, this was an album that one could listen to and get some history, get some context, learn who one is, the root that brought us forth and what we really stood for, rather than the nonsense they were trying to brainwash us about. And so the album wasn't just good musically, it was a rich, important part of our heritage, a rich and important part of who we are and who we needed to remain, and the strength that we needed to gather to stay noble and strong, rather than to see ourselves as slaves, which they wanted us to. And so Count Ozzy did a great works for our people. The album lives on. I give thanks that we were able to full joy the benefit of such militant, intelligent rebellion in the form that was actually an art. The music was so very good, yet the message was a serious message telling us how we needed to be strong, to stay strong. And so, yes, I give thanks for Count Ozzy. I know that he was very influential in a lot of the musicians that rose up out of Kingston. And I know that he was a good person who, ones who have moved amongst him have said good things. They've only had positives, that I've only heard positives. And so it is my honor and my pleasure to be able to show the strong feelings and the great strength that I gained from that album. I bought the album about 3 times through my life, between moving, lending to people and not getting it forward, all sorts. But yes, it's an album that has been a very, very big part of my development, my consciousness. So I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to give thanks, to give praises, and also to thank Dark and all the ones who have come together to make this an important observance for us as conscious Rasta people. More power to Count Ozzy's family, more love to everyone, and let's keep the fire burning. Signing out. Rastafari love.
Greetings each and every one. This is Ras Imel, otherwise known as Milford Edwards, formerly of JBC Radio and currently a member of the Dark Foundation. I'd like to express my heartfelt thank you to the family of Count Ozzy and to the Mystic Revelation of Rastafari and to Count Ozzy for the legacy that has stood the test of time. Count Ozzy left us 50 years ago, and today, on the 100th anniversary of his birth, on this occasion, we recognize the full measure of his work and his contributions to the Jamaican culture and to the vibrancy of the Rastafari culture as well. We also recognize that his drums will continue to inspire us in a very vibrant way as we go forward into the future with strength and love, with reverence, with excellence. Peace and love. Give thanks, Jah Rastafari. Yeah.
Well, I say greetings each and every one. Greetings. Right now is the centennial of Dada, Count Ozzy. The foundation, the roots of the thing. Saying, but this is Lynn Strong, bigging you up from Bronx, New York. Big up Count Ozzy upon your centennial. Saying, let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, oh, for I. Big up Count Ozzy. Saying, original foundation. Saying,
Kadamawi Selassie the first, Empress Menin, I do give thanks. I give thanks and praise for a legendary man like Count Ozzy and the mystic revelations. Yes, and even before the mystic revelations was Count Ozzy, who born in St. Thomas, you know, where a great man lived and came from, like Paul Bogle. Drumming played a crucial role in the spiritual practices that was in Jamaica at the time. The drumming tradition came over from Africa in the time of slavery, you know, a transatlantic slavery by the British into the colonial country, Jamaica. So, man like Count Ozzy took up the drumming, learned the drumming, you know, from his elders at the time. And even in that time, Rastafari was demonized by the system, you know. If the system or the police, or even the church, they see a Rasta, they want to condemn them, you know. Seeing, but they never realized that the Rasta man was the one who keeping up the African tradition, who wasn't brainwashed, and remember this tradition, and to know that the drum is the calling and the gathering of the people. So Count Ozzy know that, and he took up the drums. And in 1950, he set up camp out at Rockford in Kingston. And the camp became the gathering place for the Rastafarians, where they would gather together and chant, teaching about man and earth and talking about repatriation and reparation, you know, all the teachings of Marcus Garvey and Powell and all the freedom fighters. So all this philosophy was going around at the time. So Count Ozzy played a great part in the Rastafari movements because he's developed the Nyabingi tradition in Jamaica, and this is the foundation of the Rastafari movements. This is where Rastafari gather around the harps, the drums, and give thanks and praise unto the Most High God, Selassie I, and praise all the priests and all the prophets, and read the prophecy and teach the people that gather about Africa and the Africans and the traditions of Africa.
It is an honor and a privilege to pay tribute
to Oswald Williams, Count Ozzy, who has contributed significantly to the world as a drummer, as a musician, as a creator. And it is good to be a part of this, to pay tribute to him for what he has contributed to us, to humanity. He, and I must mention Miss Anita Mahfood, popularly known as Margarita, who helped to bring him forward. And it is just a great thing to honor people like Count Ozzy, who has contributed significantly without estimation, because he will be here like for a long time. Music and culture are long-lasting, and he deserves every credit he receives. Thank you very much, Count Ozzy. Walk good, one love.
Greetings and blessings in the name of Kadamawi, Haile Selassie, Mighty and I believe in a King of Kings, King Rastafari, great and a yonder like Kadamawi, Haile Selassie. Yes, and I from this community are now saying, greetings and blessings to Ras Count Ozzy, such a great man from that time until this times. And so I give blessings towards him. Happy Earth Strong, Count Ozzy, Happy Earth Strong, blessings abound. I are now celebrating the 100 Earth Strong. I give thanks.
Yes, I big up the Dark Foundation, Count Ozzy, this one for the anniversary. Yes, I reaching out in South Africa, sending the joy and the respect to I veteran and pioneers, even to the ancestry settings of the great Count Ozzy, who is the foundation of the Nyabingi drum. Yes, this is Papa Lizard, one of the HeartiKal out of South Africa, Azania. You love Papa Liz.
Rastafari, yes I. Liberty, Rastafari, Haile Selassie, the Most High, Yeah, we give thanks and most respect and tribute to the Count Ozzy, yes I.
Yes,
Long live, most life and most blessings. Fire.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes I.
Yes I.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers and sisters to dwell together in one unity. This is Giovanni from Italy, and this is my tribute for the centenary of the great Count Ozzy. 100 years of legacy. 100 years of word, sound, and power. 100 years of revolution. Musical revolution. And 100 years of Nyabingi. Give thanks to Queen Mojiba and Brother Time for keeping this fire blazing. Yes, Rasta. give thanks.
Yes, Jah. I'm an MC Trooper, the Lewis Computer, out of the UK, but now in Shashamane, Ethiopia. Say greetings, one and all, in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I, King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God and light of this world, Jah, Rastafari. I'm an all in a reverence and giving thanks for the life and the works of that great cornerstone, the icon, the legend, that is Oswald Williams, a.k.a. Count Ozzy. As I stand in Shashamane remembering the journey from the UK, Count Ozzy was so influential in watering those early seeds that grew Nation LP. 3 LPs in one introduced I to the heart of the Nyabingi. Real foundation, and always took pride of place in my collection. I salute you, Count Ozzy, and once again give thanks. You're still flying high and freeing the captives. Let Jah be praised. Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love. Give thanks.
I want to give thanks for Doc for providing the opportunity for I to pay tribute to the works and contributions of the great Count Ozzy. Greetings to each and every one. My name is Ras Daniel Babu. I have been living in Japan for almost 40 years. In other words, half my life. Yes, there is a Rasta movement in Japan. Not just a reggae music fans, but a Rasta movement. Thanks to the works of men like Dr. Bagger, Owen Foster, and a master herbalist from Kingston, Jamaica, and also Augustus Pablo. It was them that led and built the foundation for the Rasta movement in Japan. Now they both have moved on, but the works go on. Now on this day, I must remember the mystic revelations of Rastafari. Man, it was during this time that some of the greatest of the works of Count Ozzy was produced, like the Groundation album. Nor can we forget at this day, and certainly doing this tribute to Count Ozzy, the great men like Cedric Brooks. Now Cedric, who went to America before the Mystic Revelation band was put together, then came back, then had worked in America with men like Sun Ra and Sister Alice Coltrane, the wife of the great John Coltrane. These jazz musicians in America were leading a revolution in music in the U.S. They were actually jumping out of the Western do-re-mi scale and creating a whole new music. Now when Cedric went back to Jamaica, he got with Count Ozzy, and they put together the Mystic Revelations of Rastafari. As we pay tribute this day to Count Ozzy, this is not only about history, but about right now. It is a up-to-date, right now, sound check about we. There's a question I must ask ourselves. In these times, these words were given to we by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I. Are we being something we've never been before? That even the day-to-day runnings of life has not prepared or educated us to be about. Sound check, up-to-date sound check. I used to say, Africa must be free. Today, some narrowed it down to simply to buy some land in Africa. But this is not the same thing. This is not where we've never been before. Some say I one love. Now, some even say everybody got to look out for themselves. And while this is true, but that cannot be separated from looking out for one another. Nor is this the same meaning as in the Rasta Creed. All right.
All right. All right. Give thanks. So at this time, we're supposed to connect with Jerry Small. Um, give thanks for the Dark Foundation for the the tribute that was created here, that we just show. Remember, if you want to view that tribute again, you can always visit Dark TV, DARC TV on YouTube, and watch the Count Ozzy tribute in fullness. Yeah. All right. See, they know. So Jerry Small situate himself so that he can be able to do the interview here. Very, very important, as we broadcast and bring you, information, programs that will stimulate you in this time. Yes, Jerry Small, how are you? Everything balanced?
Yes, I just go in a quiet place. Give me 30 seconds, please.
All right. See you in here, man. Give thanks. Give thanks. Again, for those persons who are joining us for the first time, this is Yaad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean. I am Breadlocks, the article Dreadlocks, broadcasting from Wugate to Yaad, the original space, Duane Park Central. Seeing earlier in the program, we had article Fire came through on phone with the Word Sound Powerful segment. We had Queen Mother Mitzi speak about the visit of His Imperial Majesty, the event that we are hosting, the 60th anniversary, the Diamond Jubilee. We also had Rootsy of Reggae Road Trip, the CEO of Reggae Road Trip, also Miss Mona of the Best Link Radio. And of course, we just completed the Dark Foundation Count Ozzy Centennial Tribute. The presentation was put together by the Dark Foundation, for which it's an honor for us to really broadcast it here on our platform. But we don't say, you can go straight to the Dark TV, and view this at any time. But again, give thanks to the Dark Foundation, So at this time, we have our grounded segment with Jerry Small. Now,
yes,
this segment of the show really speaks to just us reasoning with an ancient, but it's very important because today we have a very important announcement to make for those who have been asking what's going on with Jerry. Why is he not on the air? All these things. We're not even concerned with that, Right now, what we're mostly concerned with is the fact that in a couple of days, Jerry Small will be having his own program here on Yaad Radio. The program is called Input Outcome. So we're joined today by Jerry Small in the grounding segment of the show. We want to reason about the new podcast, broadcast. We want also reason about the Coral Gardens massacre, the atrocity of Coral Gardens, because really, in truth and in fact, as you know, it started on the 11th and it went straight until the 13th in terms of the acts against I. So Jerry, we want to just start on that because we stand on the shoulders of the ancestors, and we just want I call just that incident and His Majesty's visit, Count Ozzy being asked to represent and to play drum. We've been through so much celebration for the month of May and April, but we want to really pinpoint on those historical achievements. Yes, I.
Yes, when Coral Gardens in 1963, how that come about is that as a result of Tafari taking control of the government of Ethiopia in 1916, he was regent to the crown emperor when the time come, but them gave him the control of the government from 1916 and crown him as Rastafari. And within 3 years of Tafari take control of the government of Ethiopia, him send a delegation to the Western Hemisphere to contact the black people in the Western Hemisphere. They are here?
Yes, I. Very clearly. Hearing you very clearly.
So that means the World War II, World War One just finished 1918. And them a plan to have a League of Nations, which is an organization where going to prevent war by all nations having constant meeting and solving problems before it leads to war. When they formed the League of Nations, Tafari applied for Ethiopia to be in League of Nations right away. And they try to avoid give Ethiopia membership for about 3 years. From 1919, after the peace conference, when they keep peace conference, the peace conference is to decide what land the losers going to give up or what land the winners going to get. So after the peace conference, now League of Nations formed. 1920, and Tafari, they might try stop Abyssinia. Is Tafari change the name from Abyssinia back to Ethiopia? So him sent to America 1919 to establish diplomatic relations with the American government and to make contact with the black people of America. The American government don't want to contact with the Ethiopian government and them refuse to recognize the delegation. Well, the delegation continue and meet with the black people of America, including Marcus Garvey, who did just reach there 3 years before. The next year, that same year, Marcus Garvey planned a world conference now because my organization get very big, UNIA. So when we did Jamaica 1920, I hear of the contact that Tafari making with the people in the West and with the UNIA. The people in Jamaica who is for the liberation struggle recognize that this Tafari is a leader of the black people of the world, the African people, equal to the leadership of Marcus Garvey. So the movement starts, and that's why the movement named Rastafari movement, because it started from in the 1920s when Tafari make contact with the UNIA and the black people in the West. And when the American government refused to recognize the delegation and to start diplomatic relations with Ethiopia. So that's how the movement get the name Tafari movement. Now from early the liberation movement, and one of the first things the Rastafari in Jamaica start defend, the same thing that Paul Bogle was fighting for. We must get the land in Jamaica because we pay for it with our sweat and blood. Our sweat and blood we pay for it 400 odd years. And we must get the land of Jamaica and nobody must be landless. So from the right of the beginning of the Rastafari movement, that's one of the major things that Rastafari was known for the people outside, even the ordinary citizens of Jamaica. The Rastafari said, if we get land, and Rastafari always willing to capture land. All right, let's proceed with the conversation. What you say, sir?
Yes, I. So we see the establishment of Rastafari, and we know a force in Jamaica here, and therefore Rasta start, exercise certain things, but there's a series of events that happened that led to what is now known as the Bad Friday. Take us into that situation.
Well, one of the parts of Jamaica where Rastafari was the strongest, apart from Kingston, Rastafari was strongest in the Montego Bay, St. James area, probably even stronger than Kingston. St. Thomas was one of the first places that a congregation gather and start to live on land together, St. Thomas. And then Kingston and Montego Bay now become another larger, very forceful set of Rastafari. And the people in Montego Bay and people from all over Jamaica always go to Montego Bay and capture land on the hillside them around Montego Bay. Well, some of the Rastaman go squat for some land. What Babylon, when you go and live on land, that them say you do have the type, but they call it squatting. Well, some of the Rastaman go squat for some land in a Montego Bay for some big men land. Mm-hmm. And usually after a while, the big men try to run off the people who squat, but with a Rasta or not, the big men always try to run off the people off of the land. And if the people know for reason and negotiate, usually the big men allow the squatters them to stay for a few years. But one of the tricks of the big men is that every year when the crop are coming, them come grab away the most of the crop. Yes. And if you get a resistance now, them get excuse and lick and beat and call police. It is a trick all around the world that people do, the landlords always do against the landless. And in Africa and in Europe and in Asia, all around the world, there was a system called sharecropping, where the rich and the powerful grab most of the land, and then the poor go squat on the land or beg them to come work the land, and the owner of the land take 2/3 of the crop, and the people who do the farming only get 1/3 of the crop. Sometimes they get much less than 1/3. That's what's going on right around the world. Sharecropping, they call it. That is the essence of feudalism. Feudalism is when the upper classes, the rich people, and the nobility, those with title. All of the title here people have they pertain to land. So when you hear people have big title, it always get some big piece of land with it. Whatever somebody do in a war or in a politics or in anything, and then give them some big title, them always give them land with it. So the people who have land or have title, you call them nobility. And the highest of the nobility is the royalty. The royalty is the top family in the nobility. But all the nobility right around the world always grab the whole of the land and allow the ordinary people to work the land, but then don't own it, and then take most of the crop for themselves. The big men take most of the crop and give the people who work the land like 1/10, sometime up to 1/3 of the crop. Let's continue reading.
Yes, I. So under that system, we find that Rastafari would be then the one who would agitate, say, yo, watch out now, that is not something where we should have been following, and insist on their independence. So what really led to then this so-called, not a so-called,
as usual,
yes,
as usual, the landowner in Montego Bay, like most landowners, usually play trick on the people. Tell them, say, all right, go and live for the land. But when crop time, I want some. And when crop time comes, sometimes they take the most of it.
Right.
Sometimes they take away all of it and run them away. But now, one brethren in Montego Bay, some people say he is not a Rasta. But that don't matter to me. Whoever is in the African struggle to me is my brethren and my sister.
Ashe.
Rastafari is not higher than the rest of the people.
Yes.
And any group of people who start to see themselves as higher than the rest of the people, they always become a wicked set of people. And that is why the people in the so-called Zionists in Israel are so wicked. Any group of people claim that them is God chosen people above the rest of people, always take on a wicked attitude and arrogant and become the worst of the people in the world. So now this brother now, because I'm never born no locks, a lot of people say he's not a Rasta. But it's not locks and it's not religion make somebody a Rastafari. Well, he was driven off a piece of land after them tell him he can't stay a little while. And when them resist, sometimes they always have some people that ride around with gun and horse and run people off a land. Them call them ranger. That's where you get lone ranger from them cowboy.
Yes,
Ranger
yes.
people will ride the ranger. Ranger is the large stretches of land surrounding a big piece of land like the border. And them ride the range and situate so nobody now violate for them little title. So you have a ranger, even at Hope Gardens and these big estates, you have a ranger will go around where people are pick mango and pick things, and always have them shotgun or something and shoot people. Well, eventually, when them try to run off this bird off of the land, after them agree them can stay a few years, them send ranger or run him off, and then send for ranger and police, and eventually them shot him and carry him go to jail, and him get tried for trespassing, get a prison sentence with the gunshot in his belly. Come out after a couple of years, and the belly still run it now, heal up. And the doctor tell him, say, it's not going to get better, him only have about 5 more years to live after him come out of prison. Well, he decided that him not going to put up with this, and him and some more Rasta youth and Rasta man and Rasta woman, them squat on the next piece of land, and them start bring aggression to them in the Rose Hall era. Rose Hall is one of the biggest states around Montego Bay. And you have a wicked woman live there. We kill off a whole heap of people after she have sex with them. Then call her a witch. Then call her the white witch because she was a white woman. Well, Rose Hall Estate now is part of the land where them go squat on the last stand. Well, now, you see when the man realized him I got dead with this wound, he decided him I would take some vengeance. And he had some younger youth with him and some other Rasta man. Some of the youth go to high school like Cornwall College. A couple of youth go to Cornwall College. Them go to metal class and woodwork class and learn how to make things. And them start preparing out to defend themselves the next time these people bring war upon them. So they make all some spear and sharp them in the iron workshop. all the public works and Montego Bay, some of them are work at public works. Some are go Cornwall College and go in a wood workshop. They make bow and arrow, they make spear, they make all kind of thing. And some of them have 1 and 2 guns. Well, on the day that them decide to make a move, they went down to a gas station near Coral Gardens, owned by somebody who was a big landowner to and friend with some of the other one. Them are wicked. Well, them decide say them go gather some gas there now from the gas station and carry with them go start burn down place and them go and light the gas station first before they leave. You hear me?
Yes, I clearly, clear, coming through
But
clear.
I start out before day. When them go to the gas station, them hold up the gas station attendant and them start empty out some of the gas out of the gas pump in them pan and thing. And them start threatening the gas station worker say if him give them way, then we kill him. And the gas station worker say, no man, me I want you, you know. All these evidence came out in the court case. Me I want you, you know. Me smoke the thing too. But them did more, Babylon did more take it as a joke, and the people were reading the court case more take it as a joke, or the man frightened and said, me I want you, you know. And me smoke the thing. But anyway, before they left from there was a thing named motel. You know motel?
Yes.
Yes, motel is like hotel. But you do have room and bathroom and 2 room and 3 room and passage. It's a series of rooms in a row. Each one of them have a driveway in front of the room. And you park your car there. And you go in a room. And you don't have no big elaborate living room and all them way. Just your room and a bathroom and your car park outside.
Yes.
Them call it motor hotel or motel.
Yes.
Well, you have traveling salesmen who go around the island or go around every country go sell things or go take order and then send them come back. You call that traveling salesman. There was a white Jamaican at a motel right beside the gas station who hear the uproar and look out and see that someone was holding up the gas station. And him as a traveling salesman travel with him firearm. Most traveling salesmen are even from in the 50s. Them travel with them fire lights and firearm and so on. Him come out of the motel room now and decide to go and tackle the Rastaman them. Although I don't know if him knows what, but decide to go and tackle him and I went to the gas station. And I brandish him gun. Well, the Rastaman them, the man them lick female first and take him gun. And I'm sure them did put a spear through them. But little after that, them call police and some police come, start follow them, got them and move from place to place. And then put a spear through one of the police and then get one of the police gun. And some of the police was there now. Have them gun and when the commander get orders, you know them time them not get the police a shot, you know. One of the commander have all their shot. And when them things get serious now, them distribute the shot and tell them man to fire. So all them things take several minutes. By the time them tell the man them to fire, the man them not have no shot, them take time load up. Rasta man lick couple of them dead. I don't think enough of them dead. I think it must have been about 2 of them dead. And Rasta man get some of the gun and then get to lick down some of the Rasta man. Some man are dead on 2 sides of the struggle.
Yes.
By that time daylight and the central government is now alert to what's happening in Montego Bay. And Bustamante, who was dead set against Rasta from long time, ordered a plane to fly him to Montego Bay and him carry about half of the cabinet. You know, the cabinet is the set of guy where a minister and thing in the government. And the main supporters of the chief minister. And carry about half the cabinet and more them, fly them from plane, go down on Mobile. Say I'm going to crush this Rasta rebellion because a long time he want to crush Rasta. A matter of fact, when the JLP won the election in 1962, the PNP was only in office 3 years before that. They still had 2 more years to go before them office terminate. But Norman Manley go call the election early in 1962 to say that the winner of the election now going to lead the country into independence. But it was a false independence. But them still did the whole election for the 10th of April. And to see who going to lead the country into the so-called independence. And the JLP beat the PNP, and so Bustamante now become the leader, so-called leader of Jamaica into independence. And that time, the mission to Africa in 1961 to see if any African country would be willing to take people who want to be repatriated. And when they got good sound from 5 African countries that they can come to those 5 countries, the government of Jamaica start make arrangements with all those countries now to gradually start the repatriation movement. So 1962, 1 year later, when these studies are going on to start the repatriation, Bustamante win the election, and the first thing he declared, not 1 penny of his government is going to any repatriation or anything but no back to Africa. So he was there now triumphant in 1962 that him turned back Rasta, him not spend no money on the repatriation. And by 63, 1 year, almost exactly 1 year after we win the election, 62, 10th of April. Here it is on Holy Thursday. The man them carry out the attack. Wow. And the government the government through the police and clash with the Rasta man and bust a man to Friday on the next day upon the Friday. And the order say the police will kill any amount of Rasta they want to kill and carry the rest to a jail. And they sent out sound around the whole island that the civilians of Jamaica, anyway them say more than 2 or 3 Rasta, then more than 2 or 3 Rasta must walk together. And if anybody see more than 2 or 3 Rasta walking together, must surround them and tie them up and overcome them and carry them into jail. And a lot of that was done. And even the Sunday, the Easter Sunday in church, many pastors did preach the same thing and encourage their congregation to join the fight against Rasta and to round up Rasta and carry them in. Wow. So Buster was down in mud and that whole pretext, because they know that it was a small group of Rastafarians in Montego Bay. Mm-hmm. But the government was able to use it, just like how you see Trump and other people use small incidents to turn around and attack people when they want to attack long time.
Yes.
Bustamante was able to use that and blow it up that Jamaica was under threat from all Rastafari. And no matter of fact, that's how the United States government started to issue a whole heap of high-powered weapons, start to issue some Coast Guard boats, and start to send some Air Force, U.S. Air Force plane come Jamaica, come get them, and start hearing with JDF, and start a whole escalation, arms race of the government against the people of Jamaica. 1963. Yeah, let's continue.
Yes, Jerry Small, you see this reason here is not one we can just hold in this segment or this show. And it gives us the perfect opportunity to really, again, commemorate those great ancestors within the African struggle, within Rastafari and the works that they have done. And also continue the works in this time using media. So as we commemorate those ones there with their works, whether it is the ancient Rastaman from these communities, whether it is the musician like Count Ozzy, whether it is the ones like Bunny Wailer, we say we continue this work and also present to the public input to outcome, your new podcast coming here on Yaad Radio on a Thursday from 4 to 7 p.m. So we're going to hear a lot more reason about this Carroll Gardens through these incidents and through these what happened and just historical account. But let us segue into your program just to give individuals just a simple understanding, understanding of what that podcast would involve.
Well, on my way there, let me just mention 2 things. 11th of April, 1963, I think it was 11th of April when this whole thing started. Just 1 month after that, the African leaders in Africa, those that are already free, those nations that are free, and those that are still carrying out liberation struggle had gathered, and they decided to meet in May of 1963 in Ethiopia. And so therefore, just 1 month after this explosion in Jamaica, the Organization of African Unity was formed in Ethiopia by the leaders of Africa, led by His Imperial Majesty, who built a building in Ethiopia, especially to house this provisional government of the entire African continent. And when they were opening the OAU 1 month after Carroll Gardens, His Imperial Majesty addressed the leaders and said, let us reserve a seat in here. This is like the United Nations of Africa. Let us reserve a seat in this assembly for Jamaica, because we know that although the Jamaica government, it didn't say this word, but it was known that although the Jamaica government in that time did not represent the African interest, His Majesty knew that the Jamaican people on a whole was one of the biggest supporters of him when the Italians tried to invade Ethiopia in 1935. And he said to the leaders of Africa, let us reserve a place, a seat in this assembly OAU for Jamaica when the time comes. Well, within 3 years, he made a visit in the same April to Jamaica. And before he visited Jamaica, a Rastaman was selling ganja in a swallow field near to the stadium. His police know that he was selling and they always go there and extort money. What they do, you know? When they know you're selling ganja, they go there and extort money out of you. Take away money out of you, take away your ganja and go sell it few times or 10 times. And then afterwards, then they will carry go to prison. So them harass you and take things out of you. So this Rasta man now, but them always trying to trap him with them ganja. He got a sound that the police were coming to his place in Swallowfield beside the stadium, 1960. I think it was about 1960, sometime between 63 and 65. And he locked the door and flushed his ganja down the toilet, and the police came outside and heard him flushing the toilet and shouted to him. And when they heard the toilet flushing, they fired several shots through the door, killing him. And his Rastafarian brethren wrote his Imperial Majesty in Ethiopia and told him of all of these harassment, including that incident. And His Majesty sent money here to assist that brethren family even before he reached here in 1966, the 24th of April. Wow. Yes, so the program that I will be doing in conjunction with you, input and outcome. Input leading to outcome. You know, input is what you put into an effort and a plan and the goals that you set. You put in input, which is work, time, material, interest, and publicity. And there's an outcome. And usually if you put in input properly, and if you unite with other people, because no one by themselves can do any great work, you will have an outcome that may not be immediate or exactly what you wanted at first, but it will lead to progress. So input and outcome is one of the lessons that we will share, because you know that the Rastafari movement and the African liberation struggle is an educational institution. This is not a religion. Our efforts is a liberation movement and an educational institution. Like you have an extra lesson and a night school and a day school. Yes, sir.
Yes, I. Give thanks, Bongo Jerry Small. We know that you're on the road. We just took a few minutes just to reason up with the and to do just a soft launch just to get the individuals out. So the information out there. Individuals, look for our posters that are going to be premiered this strong as we move forward. This is Yaad Radio, the online community radio. Bongo Jerry Small, be safe on the road, family. Love and honor, yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, I thank. And all the best to your listeners, male and female, young and old.
Yes, I. Give thanks.
One up.
Yes, this is Yaad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean and diaspora at large. Yaad Radio, the online community radio. We want to give thanks to now our third official host here on Yaad Radio, Bongo Jerry Small, historian, journalist, Rastafari creative, Abba, mentor. We give thanks for the vibration in this time. And we say unity, you know. Yeah, man, unity. We want to heal up all Rastafari, all ones who are in media, who continue to do work. Heal up Honorable Muta Baruka, Cabo, Dennis Isis Miller, Ibi Lion. So many names to call. I may not call them all, but we want to just say love and honor and continue in the works. So stay tuned to Yaad Radio this and every Thursday from 4 to 7 p.m. for input to outcome with Bongo Jerry Small. Yeah, man. Conscious, HeartiKal reasoning on the Yaad Radio. I told you, people, we're getting there, you know. We're getting there. We want to give thanks to Empress Colleen Douglas. Yeah. I want to give thanks to all the ones who support Yaad Radio in this time. Seeing? Very, very important, very HeartiKal. And as we move into our last segment of the show, we say, yeah, we're seal up with works. We're calling all Rastafari. We're calling all Rastafari. Tomorrow, April 12, there's a work day in the community, Montego Bay, That's where all Rastafari who are able to make it should head forward to. Yeah, man, right now we have on air Honorable Ichad, musician, Rastafari creative, so many heretical movements the I is really a part of.
Yes, I.
Yeah, and we give thanks to the I works and the I family and all the ones them who is around the I. We want to really start with that. Saying to the I Chad, as a heretical messenger in this time, we want to give thanks to all the ones them who help in the I development upon the I earthly trod so far and ask that they are also strengthened by the works of the I. So I could go into the event for tomorrow, family. Just fill us in on this
Yes,
event.
pleasant greetings again, to the powers of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I the First and Empress Menen. And pleasant greetings to each and everyone tuning in. Special thanks and greetings to the Ayers well-bred locks for this opportunity, to speak to the family. And I just blessings to the program too. As you know, we just come off a Lion Voice TV, so really I see the powers of these kind of networks that they are them create. So we are strengthened that even this moment. But yes, I speaking to the work there now. As you know, Hurricane Melissa, left a great impact on many places in the country, and our pitfall now being the ground where we gather as Rastafari Virgin to give eyes unto His Imperial Majesty and heal Empress Menen and the powers of creation. It was damage, extensive damage. The tabernacle part of the roof was gone. We're in the process of building the kitchen out of concrete. Some of the material got washed away. The daughter's quarters, half of it got damaged. The bathroom, some of them totally destroyed. So we had previously 2 strong work days, but this one now, the importance of this one is because we are getting ready the grounds for a very monumental event, which will be the 60th anniversary of the visit of His Majesty to Jamaica. Do I know about it, right, Redlocks?
Yes, I definitely know about it, and we just interviewed in today's program Queen Mother Mitzi, who spoke extensively about the program. Yes, I.
Yes, I. So enough strength as well to Empress Mitzi for all the work she's doing towards planning that event. As you know, it was part of it in Kingston and Moby and in Pitford. So we are trying to I sure that the grounds is ready to that royal level that we are used to it, to chant Isis in this time, So tomorrow we're asking anyone who is a Rastafari Virgin or Sister or just love Rastafari or the Irish Touch way to come forward. You can come, you can bring your power tools, you can bring flowers to plant, if you have some food to contribute to the kitchen, if it's funds you want to contribute, if you want to bring a skilled worker, anything at all that you can do towards upliftment of Rastafari as you see fit, we are welcoming you tomorrow. A special thing is that we are creating our office now, so we can have an organized physical location, where one can interact with the big house. So that will be one of the projects. So if one want to do anything office oriented, like office supplies, equipment, anything, that's welcome as well. So we really say no one is left out. There's a post for everyone, to do something for the powers of Rastafari if you see fit, tomorrow.
Yes, I. It's very interesting. Again, we're calling on all Rastafari. And we say the ones them who can make it, because we know individuals might have other plans, but it goes beyond just this day. So we're saying, based on our future plans, if you have office furniture, if you have a nice, thing where you want input in terms of donation, you can still contact the one them. But the physical activities tomorrow at our Pint 4 Nyabingi Center, we'll say small actions, big impact. Let's clean, restore, and protect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we also want to say, a great thanks to everyone who already sent strength forward, because, ones have been sending in a lot of things, even the ones some Italian virgins and ones in Switzerland, you know, the ones in Canada, ones in Africa, even the St. Michael College, who already donated some funds towards purchasing a desk. So we are just giving thanks for all the strength that's coming in through the powers of the Most High. And we want them to know that there will be food and refreshments will be there available for free for anyone who comes to work. HeartiKal food, HeartiKal sip will be there as well. So we just want to have a togetherness and a unity. And we just look forward to seeing all the sons and daughters of the Most High tomorrow at Pit 4, you know?
Yes, I. Is since week, since strong, yeah, so I thought to sister, Empress I see you know? And she tell her, I say, boy, she did I deal with some fruit juice and I deal with some things. And I say, wow, it's going to be such a great work day. Individuals just come through, bring your tools. Well, ask you for rest up the night before. Rest up tonight, people. Seeing?
Yes.
Yeah, man, rest up tonight. Seeing? I know, say you leave out early tomorrow. Trading who need for trading. Bring your tools, you know what I mean? And just make the thing work, you know? I must apologize to the eye because I had a future. Somebody spoke to me about an event before, and I gave word to that. But Yaad Radio will see how best we can contribute. I tribute to the development of even Pit 4, and we can again use this medium to disseminate the information as the first act of that contribution, that attribution to the development of the space. See?
Yes, I would greatly appreciate of that, my lord. As I say, you know, this is it's like we have a meditation here who always say, you know, each one brings something from their castle, you know. Because
Yes.
everyone is king and queen in their own region, you know. So this is that they are really bringing something from their castle, you know, because this is their space that they are set, and this is the works that Rastafari they are bringing to. So we're grateful, my lord, and I think tomorrow will be a great day, you know, even as we are doing this right now too.
Isaiah. We want to acknowledge those individuals who are doing the work alongside the eye and also send strength and love to them. We just want you to mention a few. We know so we not can call everybody, so we don't want individual feeling away if we don't call them, but we're going to try our best. So just give a roll call, family, as the Pit 4 Naya Bingi space, yes?
Oh my lord, it's hundreds of ones, you know, but all right, you call one already. You say Empress Icelia. Empress Icelia will be there tomorrow. She was at the Empress Menen show. We have to pick up all the ancients first, you know, for you see.
Yes.
Ayavirus, Ivy, daughter Ivy, daughter Shelly, daughter Biggie, Bongo Joe, Bongo Money, all of the ones them Rusty, you know, all of the ones them in the group Empress Irene, all of
Yes.
the daughters them to my lad. We just a try make Raphael rock top as well. We're going to the youth seminar now. You have Ras Daniel, Ras Ian, Ras
Yes.
Calbert, you have Ras Maisha, you have Empress Monifa, you have Empress Ifana. So much ones, my lad, you're putting in the energy. Seeing
Yes,
and
I.
the idea Jacks.
Yes, I love our family. You see it? We love that one. We just give thanks again to all the ones that will come through for this effort. And we say, you see, in I and I mind to in a fire, I want this to be like a really a situation where every month we set up a work day, family. Like
Yes, sir.
even if we say, yo, this month is Pit 4 and next month it would be a St. Thomas, you know what I mean? And next month would we need to have this thing where our space is so maintained and so HeartiKal that when I once come there and we're supposed to have any type of event, it already set. It
Yes.
becomes a part of our natural practice. We not leave it for now. So we're building back structures that are resilient to the weather, to the elements, but at the same time, we're proactive as usual by maintaining these spaces each month. So that is I and I real mission where I want Ivar within the ones them same way.
Yes, sir. And what I can add to that, Red Locks, is that you see, this what I desire, my lad. This is something I always tell one of them at the youth council. We have to do it for you. And when you say we, I mean you and the I,
Yes,
Red
I,
Locks, have to
Ailey.
put the foot forward and no one else in other generation. Now it revealed to, and we find ourselves in the position of the situation, that means we for you. So we have to just accept that and just do it, make the first step. So all up to we for you.
Eyes is eye. Give thanks, give thanks. Again, in the wise words, you know what I mean? You have to be the change for which you wish to see. Just, show that action. And that we are about to do, We give thanks, family. I mean, I tell you, say, I and I will close the show by playing the recording we're making, because this event is bigger and more important than even any. We love how you deal with it, family. Seeing any type of show and any type of thing we talk about building Rastafari, sacramental spaces. Give thanks.
Rastafari.
Hey, hold on them, man, before you left me, I beg a piece of the food song the way you have. I can't, I love the song, there's so much fire. Please.
All right. So me I tell you, say, when we tell you about the food, the Rasta man spice, when you get the quinoa, you ask for rice. When you get the Ike, you say it too nice. And now when you get the fritters, you no remember no fries. When you get the plant, you want change your life. Courage of fruit, make any meat eat a backside. And when you get the banana, put the tears fall from your eyes. And black support and make your kundalini start rise.
Give thanks, family. Who says a food war fight and food sovereignty is a must. Give thanks. I Chad.
Yeah. Honor everything every time.
Highly high. Hey, people, Rastafari nice, man. I want to the eye them, man. Just sip and live right now, man. Seeing, I want to say, yo, the ones them really taking on some great works. I want to say, yeah, the youths them, it's I and I. No more excuse. No more going around. What to do, what to do. So even if, man, tell the ones them, seriously, if you cannot make it tomorrow physically, send what you can any other day going forward. And we're not talking for those pit for alone. Link up House of Seba them. Zane, link up Earthquake. Zane, link up Negos Eye. What do you need to make the space, this sacramental space, better? And we'll go around and just make everybody HeartiKal fire. Can you imagine? I and I know the idea, man, go be and I want a space to sit up and I can just go to room. Pit 4, because Pit 4 have certain facilities where I and I can even donate a money and stay in that facility for the night. Can you imagine? Yo, we're HeartiKal here at Yaad Radio. We are Yaad Radio, the online community radio. And we're here, we're holding a vibe and we're giving thanks unto the Most High, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie the First. I Chad, talk to them, the man.
And greetings, this is iChad. And this time we are invited to something more important than even an event, than even an entertainment settings. We are invited to the Pit 4 Nyabingi grounds for a special restoration day. Seeing it happened April the 12th. So from your love Rastafari, from you can give strength towards the Nyabingi house upliftment, come forward. Seeing bring a power tools, bring a power saw, your walker, bring your machete, your file, bring your hoe, bring all of the things that you can use to uplift the ground. Flowers to plant, you're welcome. From your love Rastafari, ready to do the works of Rastafari. April the 12th, Nyabingi ground, Pit 4, Montego Bay. Come forward, reach out for any information. Saying Rastafari calling.
Hey, so we're not play it just once in a fire.
Yes, pleasant greetings. This is iChad. And this time we are invited to something more important than even an event, than even an entertainment settings. We are invited to the Pit 4 Nyabingi grounds for a special restoration day. Saying it happened April the 12th. So from your love Rastafari, from you can give strength towards the Nyabingi house upliftment, come forward. Saying bring a power tools, bring a power saw, your walker, bring your machete, your file, bring your hoe, bring all of the things that you can use to uplift the ground. Flowers to plant, you're welcome. From your love Rastafari, ready to do the works of Rastafari. April the 12th, Nyabingi ground, Pit 4, Montego Bay. Come forward, reach out for any information. Saying Rastafari calling. Yes, pleasant greetings. This is iChad. And this time we are invited to something more important than even an event, than even an entertainment settings. We are invited to the Pit 4 Nyabingi grounds for a special restoration day. Saying it happened April the 12th. So from your love Rastafari, from you can give strength towards the Nyabingi house upliftment, come forward. Saying bring a power tools, bring a power saw, your walker, bring your machete, your file, bring your hoe, bring all of the things them you can use to uplift the ground. Flowers to plant, you're welcome. From your love Rastafari, ready to do the works of Rastafari. April the 12th, Nyabingi ground, Pit 4, Montego Bay. Come forward, reach out for any information. Saying Rastafari calling.
Aye, I Chad, I brother. Saying, give thanks, family, give thanks for sealing up the program. The time is now 11 minutes past 7. Our program, so we kind of do, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Yes, I give thanks for all those who join us today on the broadcast of Yaad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean. HeartiKal Fire, Love and Spice Cafe, Atlanta, seeing Queen Mother Mitzi, looking at the Diamond Jubilee event, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026, Ranny Williams Entertainment Center. That's where we'll be kind of sealing up things until dawn. Seeing, of course, Rootsy. Yeah, man, let's keep it rooty, you know. Seeing Miss Mona from the bestlinkradio.com out of the UK. We also presented the Dark Foundation Count as a Centennial Tribute presentation. We had Jerry Small, Uncle Jerry Small. Well, listen, I need to say this, you know. This is the IDEM radio in a fire. And we just wait upon people to just recognize that, come together, work with this cooperative. You know what I mean? Clean heart, clean mind, clean spirit, and just know so why do the work. Jerry Small is now a part of the team. Kadamawa Knife is a part of the team. Mama G is a part of the team. Seeing who is next? Who is next? Watch it, people. We have major announcement to make in the coming months. So yeah, we said this is the space where it's the iRadio. So Jerry Small, Bongo Jerry Small, historian, journalist, Rastafari creative, Abba, I mentor, will be live on iYard Radio every Thursday from 4 to 7. The program is called Input to Outcome. Yeah, seeing we also had iChad speaking about the work day tomorrow at Pit 4. Seeing one of the ones them go forward. So again, thank you for guests today. Broadcast technician is Biko the Universal Ears. He's a technician for KarisMa'atic ProductionZ overall family. All equipment belongs to Biko also. Zine. So for all your engineering needs, for all of your streaming needs, link Biko, link I, link Jacob, link Kamal. We are the I Exodus Studio. Zine. Executive producer. Yeah. Give thanks. To advertise with us, please call our sales agent at 876-566-5556. Yeah. If you're in Europe, you may call 074389-84679. You can also email the sales department at iyadradio@gmail.com. I am Breadlocks, the article Dreadlocks, inviting you to join us next week, Saturday, as we broadcast again Yaad Live, the heritage and culture of the Caribbean. Bonnie Whaler family, the Bonnie Whaler Foundation, Solomonic Productions Limited. Love and honor, give thanks. We're still wearing the t-shirt, man. We're still rocking it from first night. It's an honorable vibe to be able to do stage management for you this year. I hope that it was smooth and it was HeartiKal for the people. I'm just, it's an honor. So we give thanks. iNation. iNation. This Monday might be a little bit tricky. But again, we're going to seal with the advertisement for this Strong's Nation Lounge, Inner City, dub. Give thanks.
Really? Yeah, man, you don't know what Jabusa represent. And we are represent for iNation. You know what I mean? Recalling Taki, as I would say. And you don't know, say, at the 13th of April, right around a Milk Lane corner there, so. I'm on Jabooks. I come all a good steady vibration with the eye them Rastafari. So what I say? So the eye them just forward in and come all a irie itation, you know? Recalling the general, as I would say, battlefield warrior. Taki. No joke. Forward in Rasta. Really? Yeah, man, you don't know, say Jabusa represent. And we are represent I Nation. You know what I mean? Recalling Taki, as I would say. And you don't know, say, at the 13th of April, right around a Milk Lane corner there, so. I am on Jabooks. I come all a good steady vibration with the eye them Rastafari. So what I say? So the eye them just forward in and come all a irie itation, you know? Recalling the general, as I would say, battlefield warrior. Taki. No joke. Forward in Rasta.